That's too many people.
Quite a few joining us
Yeah.
tonight.
Now you know what our planning board meetings have been like for the last few months.
Okay,
We get
everybody's
to see
in.
all the people.
All right. We will start. This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is called to order. May we have roll call, please?
Chair Hoagland,
Here.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Present.
Commissioner Freeman will be joining us soon. Commissioner Maybe,
Present.
Commissioner Newt.
Here.
First on our agenda is our public comment. Please be reminded that public comment should be limited to items over which the City Commission has supervision, control, jurisdiction, and advisory power. Please state your name and address before you speak, as well as please don't speak on items that are further down in the on the agenda until that time. This is for public comment that are items not on this agenda. Do we have any public comment? Oh, also, I forgot to say you can put your name in the chat if you would like. Any public comment?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I've mentioned this before. I just wondered what the status of the city stimulus money is. Do we know now how much stimulus money we're getting, and when are we having public hearings on how to spend that money?
Patricia, you need to say your name and address,
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. Patricia Graybo, 204 East Callender Street, Livingston, Montana.
Courtney, could you answer just, do we know that yet? Or I'm trying to think. I know Michael is out today with family situations, and we may have just a couple of different people answering some of our questions. So, Courtney.
Sure. The ARP money is not yet been dispersed, so to speak, and there have been no grants of any of that money to the city or the county at this point. So we don't know how much is going to come in. And one of the things that we think we know is that it's going to come in two parts. And we don't know what those parts are going to look like, whether it's going to be half and half or some other breakdown. But it has not happened yet.
And are there scheduled public comments for any of this? Will there be scheduled? Will the public have input on how to spend this?
I can answer that. We have had a lot of public comment. This, I think, was answered, and the question was at last meeting as well. But public comment has been continual through this, as far as funding different things, everything from the parks and trails request and the shelter, etc. So that will continue, and we are looking at, and we'll decide as a commission how to engage the public in maybe a public meeting that's focused on that as well. Right, thank you.
That would be welcomed. I know, for example, when I brought this up before, the city manager said, well, we had public comment, and of course they did something that nobody on the public even wanted or made any comment about. So I want to be sure that the criterion that is used is one where the commission actually hears what the public has to say, that the arena in which they can say it, because this is relative. This is so important in people's lives, and they're struggling, and they're still struggling. And it's really important that this commission begin to listen to the public on this particular issue. Thank you.
I'm going to just say that we have begun to listen and have. I don't think that's a fair statement.
May I come back with that, because I have a minute left?
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. we're going to move on to consent items. Tonight we have 4 consent items. I do have a question, and I don't know how to pull one of the or pull the consent items or this consent item. But commissioners, I'm going to ask a question, and then we can make a motion on the 4 consent items, if we please. But I did see that we had the URA recommendation for adding to our 2, or re-electing, I guess, the 2, or recommending the 2 candidates. Why this was moved to, or that recommendation was moved to the consent, or from the consent items, where it normally would be, to our action items. I'm curious if Courtney, you can answer that.
I think what I'm seeing is Megan Eubanks is the only one who's in the consent items, and that the URA folks are at the end under action items.
Yes, why? Because normally we put the recommendations to the boards and into the consent items.
I believe that this was done because she's a replacement, and the person who was in her place before no longer owns a business. And so,
Courtney, I can speak to that. This is
Okay.
Faith. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When I met with Bob regarding the URA applications for reappointment, he said that they didn't feel comfortable voting for themselves, and they were asking the city commission to make that recommendation.
Okay, Faith, do you know why it's not in, or it's an action item versus a consent item? Because we could have done that.
We could have, but we just put it in as an action item.
Okay. All right, just curious. I know it's a little bit of a different process. So I wanted to make sure that we were all aware, and or kind of putting it in the correct place. It's fine. I just wanted to check. So moving on to our consent items. Do we have a motion from the commission on consent items A through D?
Make a motion to approve consent items A, B, C, and D.
Second.
We have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Maybe. Roll call, please.
Chair Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
4.
Commissioner Maybe,
4.
Commissioner Nunes.
4.
Motion passes. Tonight we have 0 or no proclamations. We have 1 scheduled public comment. We have Bob Church of Great West Engineering to present the 2021 Green Waste Study findings and recommendations. Bob, go ahead and start. And I'm sure Shannon will have a little bit on this as well to add.
All right, I'm going to try to share my screen here. Hopefully this works. Can everybody see that?
Yes, Bob, we can see it.
All right, so the city hired myself and Great West Engineering to conduct a study on the city's green waste. And what I mean by green waste is that's the waste that you generate in your yard, grass clippings, branches, and then also from commercial lawn services, primarily organic wastes that that you do some things with now that we wanted to look at and see if there were some opportunities to do some more sustainable activities with these wastes and potentially at more cost effectively as well. So I know you've got a lot on your agenda, so I'm going to kind of buzz through this, but if you need to stop me at any time, I'll stop and ask your questions. So a little bit about what the city does with their green waste now. The city has a co-composting facility at the wastewater plant where the city co-composts biosolids and ground wood waste in vessel composting units. And that's that top picture there. Those are the in vessel composting units. It's worked very well most of the time. The biggest issue is the city is only able to compost a fraction of the biosolids and even a much smaller fraction of the actual green waste. The rest of the waste, the city has to do something else with. And right now, the extra biosolids are transferred to the transfer station and landfilled in Great Falls. The wood waste is currently stockpiled and burned once or twice a year. And that is a very cost-effective way to get rid of wood waste, but not very sustainable or environmentally friendly. And then the grass, leaves, and straw, what the city's been doing with those is hauling them to the Swingley site, the existing compost facility, and stockpiling them for future composting, or some of that waste has also been landfilled. So the project goals were to evaluate an expansion of the residential green waste collection program. And it's my understanding from an email I got from Shannon today, the city has already embarked on that city residents can have a can at the curb that the city will collect. And, we're talking primarily grass clippings in one of these types of containers. And if they're willing to pay the city $6 a month, the city will pick that up at the curb. We also, one of the key focuses of this study was to evaluate some composting alternatives. And whenever we're evaluating alternatives from an engineering perspective, we're looking at capital and equipment costs, as well as operational costs, and then maybe how we could incorporate these excess biosolids from the wastewater plant as part of the overall operation. I also looked at some funding and rate alternatives that we're going to talk about. And eventually the city will need to address the accumulated material at Swingley. So this is a table from the report, and essentially what it is it's a 3-year summary of where does the green waste come from and how much is there of it. And so the 3 primary sources of green waste in the city are commercial self-haulers. Again, that would be your lawn services, that type of thing. The people that self-haul, which includes the county. County residents can self-haul their green waste to the transfer station. And then the current green waste curbside collection program that the city operates. And this information gets more interesting later when we talk about the rate alternatives. So in summary, of the 1,650 tons of this green waste that the city has, a little over half of it is wood waste. So that's your branches, your stumps, that kind of thing. A little less than half of it is your grass waste, your yard clippings. There are some other materials like hay and straw, but the city keeps excellent records of the materials that they receive at the transfer station. And those represent a very small percentage of the total. So primarily what we're talking about tonight is the wood and the grass waste. Knowing the quantity of those 2 wastes is important because in order to successfully compost green waste, you need to have a ratio between the carbon and the nitrogen in the materials. And so wood waste is primarily carbon. Grass is primarily nitrogen, and so is biosolids. And so our initial analysis shows that essentially the city could compost all the grass waste without having to landfill any of it. But that's about all the nitrogen that you can compost. So we can't bring more nitrogen into the process unless we get more carbon. And that will be important when we talk about biosolids here in a minute. So as far as composting alternatives, the city does already have a small composting license at Swingley. With that permit, you're not allowed to take biosolids, and you're required to, you can't have more than 5,000 cubic yards of the feedstock a year and the city's already over that number with your feedstocks. So if you were going to continue to operate under a small composting license, you actually couldn't, if you were going to be in compliance, you wouldn't be able to compost everything that you have today. The major composting license, it does allow you to incorporate biosolids, and there's no limit on the tonnage. The biggest drawback with this alternative is there's a pretty comprehensive licensing process that you need to go through with Montana DEQ to have a major composting license. And that includes drilling wells, setting up a groundwater monitoring network, conducting a hydrogeologic and soil study, an operations plan, environmental assessment, et cetera. It's really not all that different than the process that you'd have to go through if you were going to put a landfill in. So it's just the way the DEQ has set up their rules. It's all doable, but it has a cost associated with it, which I'm going to go through here in a minute. So when we talk about the composting itself, the most common approach for smaller composting operations in Montana and actually throughout the US is to compost in turned windrows. And so that was the focus of our analysis. And we looked at either turning our windrows with a front end loader, which the city already has a front end loader that it can dedicate to the operation. And you also have a water truck because you need to add water to your compost mix to have successful compost. And then the other option is to turn the windrows with a turner tractor. And that picture that I have on there, that's a turner. And you don't have one of those. And they're fairly costly, but the advantage is you can have a much better, consistent quality compost with a turner. And there's a lot less labor involved in turning a windrow with a turner versus a front end loader. We also looked at covered aerated static pile, which is a mechanical system. One of the biggest challenges for the city to run a composting facility is the economy of scale. In other words, you don't have that many tons to distribute the costs over. And so we did look at a covered aerated static pile, but the capital cost is very high for the amount of tons that you are trying to process. And so we dismissed that from further consideration in the study. So what might this look like? On my lower left corner, that's Swingley Road. The city owns property that's east of Swingley Road and south of the Fisher gravel pit. We would fence the licensed area. You would need to have an attendant and an attendant shack to make sure that the people that are showing up on site have the permission, i.e. their city residents, and charge them based on what you decide to do with the rate structure. And then we would have an area for stockpiling the feedstocks, the branches, the biosolids, hopefully someday, and the grass. And then that's where we'd mix the material and place in the windrows. Those long, narrow rectangles are the windrows. And then the finished compost would be placed in a storage area where you could grab it to sell it to your customers. So really the capital costs with this project are primarily road building and building the operational pads for the compost operation. So this is a summary of capital costs, and I looked at 4 alternatives, and it's either small compost or major compost license. And so starting on the left of the table, we have the cost. The facility construction is the same regardless of which alternative you do. The major facility or the major compost license requires that drilling and groundwater installation, monitoring well installation. That's fairly costly, $88,000. The city had us look at adding 1,100 cans to the green waste program. So there's a cost associated with that, $55,000. And then finally, whether you use a windrow, turner, and tractor or not. And you'll see that all these alternatives are really actually pretty close anywhere from $300,000 to $540,000 on capital cost. So the other part of the equation is what is it going to cost to operate this thing? The facility would be open 7 months a year. You'd have a site attendant. We estimated 5 days a week. You potentially could drop that to 3 or 4 days a week to save some site attendant time. To make compost, you need to grind the wood waste. The city has contracted for that in the past. The city does have a very old tub grinder that I don't think they've used for quite a few years because number one, it's not safe. It's a hazard because it throws stuff off the tub. And then it'd be really difficult to keep it operating because it is so old. We recommend the city continue contracting for this work. There's companies in Montana that will do the contract grinding, and the quantities, just again, back to the quantities and economy of scale, you just don't have enough of this wood waste to justify buying your own grinder. A brand new grinder for what you would need is over $500,000, and you could grind all the wood. You could grind all your wood waste in a week. So it just really doesn't fit what you're doing. You're also going to have a part-time operator. I think the city staff has envisioned that as a solid waste employee that's dedicated to the compost operation. And they're going to be managing the feedstock piles. They're going to be mixing and turning the compost. They're also going to need to be available to load compost for your customers. And then, of course, we've got to add water, especially pretty much anywhere in Montana. If you're going to successfully compost, you need to add water because our climate is so arid. Other operations costs. In order for the compost to be marketable, it's got to be screened down to a smaller size. The city does have a screen. My understanding is it's very slow to use, but that could be an option. I based the cost in the report based on contracting the screening again. So again, we would bring in a contractor, and that picture on the right is a trommel screen where you load the equipment on the left, it goes through the screen, the oversized material is removed, and you're left with, depending on the size of the screen, 1/2 inch or 3/8 inch minus material, which is when people buy compost, that's what they want. The other thing we did so that we could kind of compare apples and apples, we amortized or distributed the cost of the site improvements and the can purchase in these alternatives. A can lasts you 10 years. When you buy a can, it doesn't last forever. And I guess I assume you'll borrow the money for this, but so if you borrow the money for it, you'll have a debt payment. And so that's another way to look at amortization. You're going to have other costs, testing of the compost, utilities, annual licensing fees for DEQ. And then under the major license, you're going to need to pay for groundwater monitoring. Depending on your final approval, that'll either be annual or semi-annual. So this table kind of brings the capital and operations costs together. I already talked about the capital costs. The operations costs, I guess if you glance at those quickly, you'll see they're all very close. And this includes the amortization of the equipment. So there isn't much distinguisher really when you amortize the equipment costs. These alternatives are all very close to the same cost. And then under the net annual operations costs, this is your net cost after you sell your compost. And then finally on the right is, well, what is the cost per ton? I ran that for the 4 alternatives, and they're all very close again. I also ran, hey, what does it cost to transfer and landfill all the green waste? And that was actually not quite the most expensive, but it was really close. And I guess the other thing I'd point out with this, we all know the city's growing. And so these numbers look better with more waste and growth because, again, you're improving the economy, your scale of of the operations, paying your debt service off, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a report, or this is a table from the report. I just used a very simplified approach to ranking these alternatives. You know, the commission or the city staff could use this same table and rank them the way that you wanted to. Really what I came down to is I recommended alternative 4 and that's the major composting with the windrow turner. And the reason I recommend that is, again, back to my last slide, all the costs are very similar. So I think the city would like to have the option of eventually bringing biosolids into the site under the major license. You don't want to have a limitation on how much composting you can under your small license as far as quantity. Using the windrow turner is more labor or less labor intensive and therefore more cost effective. You're going to make a better compost quality with the turner. And so I did recommend the major compost license with the windrow turner, but you know, that's my recommendation. You folks are the decision makers. Just quickly on compost market value, again, we need to screen this material to make the product marketable. I did some research with some other public and private entities in Montana and asked them what they're charging for compost. And Hamilton, they actually give it away to their city residents. Missoula and Big Sky, they charge around $25 a yard. And then they charge less for bulk quantities. They wouldn't tell me how much less or how much of a discount they give if you buy bulk, but they do charge less. And Missoula's operation was actually Eco Compost before the city of Missoula took it over. And so they're one of the longest running successful compost operations in Montana. And at $25 a yard, they don't sell all their compost every year. You know, if you go online and look at some of the nurseries, they'll charge $30 or more per yard. They're normally selling much smaller quantities and are handling much less compost than a full compost operation. So I use $15 a cubic yard for the average sales price. And that was also backed up with some research I did on the Compost News. Provides a quarterly market analysis of compost prices across the US. And for the Northwest US, they were recommending $15 a yard for wholesale compost price. And so I feel like that's a good number. Of course, the report I looked at, well, what if you could get 30 a yard? And of course, that helps with the rates. Can you actually get that or not? Maybe someday, but I would venture to say you're probably not going to get that day one. So onto the rates. You know, I think one key point here is that the only revenue the city receives for its green waste program to date has been the commercial customers, which are charged $20 a ton. And you can see through the analysis I did that it costs a lot more than $20 a ton to run a compost facility or to transfer in landfill for that matter. Just recently, the curbside customers under the city's green waste program, they were charged $6 a ton or a month for that to have their green waste picked up at the curb. So I looked at two scenarios here. The first one is the equitable rate structure. And I guess the other way you could look at this, or the way I would term this is a pay-as-you-throw program. So all the way back at the very beginning, one of my slides showed that the average commercial customer brings in between 0.6 and 0.7 tons of green waste when they show up at the transfer station. So 12 to 1,400 pounds. With the costs of, looking at the cost of the compost operation, we're not going to have a scale at the compost facility. If you use that as the average load, the commercial loads would pay $45 a load to show up at the compost facility. Residential loads, and this concludes city and county, would pay $13 a load, because the typical residential customer is like 200 or 300 pounds. So we just did the math there, and that's why they'd pay a lot less. And then the residential green can rate, which, you know, there isn't much tonnage in the green can collection, but most of the cost there is actually in the cost to pick up the waste and haul it. The other alternative I looked at was a distributed cost rate structure. And this is similar to what you've done with your recycling program, where you distribute part of the cost of this system through all of the accounts. And so I said, well, what if we charged everybody $1.25 a month to have this program? What would happen to the other rates? Well, I think the commercial load needs to stay at $45. And the reason is not all your commercial customers are generating green waste. In fact, only a few of them are. And so this $1.25 a month would only be applied to your residential customers. Commercial loads would get charged at $45 a load. And then the county residential, if the city decides to keep taking county residential self-hauls, that would be $13 a month. The residents in Livingston, since they're paying the $1.25 a month, they would not pay for their self-haul. And then again, the green can rate would stay at $6 a month, because again, that's mostly hauling costs there. A couple other things we looked at, well, what could we do with these excess biosolids? Well, one option, which I mentioned earlier, is let's find a way to get more wood and carbon to incorporate in the compost operation to balance out the nitrogen in the biosolids. But we also looked at a couple other alternatives. Land application is an alternative that's used widely across the state, and you can do this much less costly than transferring and landfilling your biosolids. Essentially, you inject the biosolids and then you harvest the grass or the grass hay at the end of the year. And a lot of people that do this set up contracts with a local rancher or farmer that has the equipment to harvest grass. And so that could be another option. And then, when you transfer and landfill biosolids, those biosolids by weight are 85% liquid. So if we can put them in a drying bed and get rid of some of that water, if you still want to transfer and landfill, then we just will have a lot less tons, because you're charged by the ton by your landfill that this goes to. I'm getting close to the finish here, so thanks for being patient. There is a lot of waste still at Swingley, and I looked at a number of alternatives for that. I think the city staff and myself agreed that the best option would be to, over time, incorporate this in the new compost facility. Also, maybe pull out some of the wood waste and burn it, because the other options are all very costly. And maybe we're going to have to do one of those options with whatever's left over. But the staff felt that we probably could take care of a lot of this over time by incorporating it in the new operation. So my last slide has to do with funding. Unfortunately, solid waste is the redheaded stepchild for funding in the state of Montana. There really aren't grant programs. The grant programs that could be used, the city's already using for water and sewer, like Treasure State Endowment. And so, and you've obviously got a lot of needs there. Probably the best option for this, if you want to borrow the money, would be a state revolving fund loan, SRF loan. They have good rates. We have inquired to the program about eligibility. But the city did use this program in the past to finance your transfer station project. So no magic grant programs to play for compost. That's just the way it is in Montana. So with that, I know I flew through a lot of information in a short period of time, but I guess I'd be available to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Bob. Very informational. Shannon, before we open it to questions, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess first and foremost, I'd like to thank Bob. It's been a pleasure working with him over the last 7 months. I think he's learned a lot about our operation, and very happy with the report and its ability to hopefully educate and inform not only the City Commission, but city and county residents on the accumulation of green and brown waste at our facility is not sustainable. We have presented this report to the City Conservation Board on 2 occasions, and been working with Michael DeCellis and the group there, and they've provided a lot of great comments. And there's a great possibility as we get into the FY22 budget that we have a phase 2 of this study that will look at these composting operations in further detail and may possibly include food waste as well. So we've certainly taken the Conservation Board's comments very seriously and have incorporated them where the scope of this current contract applies. You know, the green waste study is in our city strategic plan under critical infrastructure. So I'm happy we're moving forward with checking the box on another strategic plan item. Very proud that the city provides green and brown waste collection services. But I think the story needs to be told, and this report hopefully does that, in the fact that currently our only revenue is green can pickups, and that's for city residents at $6 a month, and the commercial at $20 a ton. All other city residents, county residents can dispose material at the transfer station for free. And as Bob's report alludes, it is not free to process that into a usable product. I'm very confident with the way city and county residents look at this being a usable product and being a marketable product, but it does come at a cost. The other aspect of this is we do with our plant upgrade at the water reclamation facility and switching from anaerobic to aerobic digestion, we are seeing a larger accumulation of biosolids. And right now we're spending anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000 a year to landfill that material. So having the Swingley Road complex as a major compost licensed as a major composting facility certainly takes that product and we can use that, incorporate that into the composting operation and have it be a beneficial product for landscaping and gardening. So that being said, I think Bob or I would welcome any questions that the City Commission may have.
Thank you, Shannon, for that extra feedback. Commissioners, questions for Bob? Okay, go ahead, Melissa.
Shannon, I was just wondering if you have any information if the city will be considering like a city-private partnership as another way to move forward on the project in a way that could be beneficial cost-wise to residents.
So I think Bob alluded to this. Unfortunately, we're at the wrong size of a community to really make that marketable. I'll be honest, we have had some interest in our current composting operation with the vessels at the water reclamation facility. We did not generate enough material, finished compost at least for the private interest that we've seen so far. Now, as Livingston continues to grow, I'm sure Bob could allude that there will be a point where that actually becomes a reality. But we'll always keep the door open for that possibility. And knowing that we have almost 20,000 cubic yards of brown waste stockpiled at Swingley Road, and we have quite a bit of product, but if it's marketable, it could go rather quickly.
Thanks, Shannon.
Yeah, I'd just
That's-
like to say, nice presentation, Bob. It's clear and plain and in English. And also, I like the feedback from the Conservation Board on it as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Can I-
Quentin.
Can
Melissa?
I finish one last thought? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you had something else. Go ahead.
I just wanted, Shannon, I want to thank you. Clearly, the data that you all have been collecting for a few years at the transfer station has made it easier for somebody like Bob to come in and do an analysis of what might be possible here. So I think that's some really good forward thinking and foresight into making sure we have the numbers as a community so we can even have these conversations. So thank you to you and your staff for collecting that data and staying on top of it all these years. And thank you, Bob, also. We appreciate your analysis. I yield, Darrell. Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa. I just have one main thing to say, and that is, since I've been on the commission, this has been an issue. And the city staff has worked hard over the years trying to come up with solutions to a tough, sometimes expensive problem, including, it also is in our recycling issue as well, where we have a community that wants something and then a city that has to figure out a solution. And I appreciate that we're at a place now where we have, I think, a more directed plan, and we can kind of pick and choose what works best for our community and what is most fiscally thoughtful for this situation. And I look forward to the city coming back to us with next steps. Anyone else?
Darrell, I was just
Yeah,
wondering.
go ahead, Warren.
At the current level of inventory, I guess you'd say, or production, if that was all marketed, is there any rough idea of what that would bring in per year?
I'll take a shot at that question if I think I understand it correctly. One thing that happens with wood waste in particular is the longer it sits outside and ages, the less the bioorganisms that are part of the composting process are able to break those. And they have fancy scientific names for the volatile compounds. A lot of that stuff over time evaporates. So it's very difficult to compost very old wood waste. In fact, the city has kind of struggled with this recently because with the WRF, or because the ground wood waste that they had was just too old to get the compost up to temperature. And so the inventory at Swingley has pretty limited value. And from a composting perspective, it'd really be filler in operation because the disposal costs are so much more than trying to just incorporate it as filler in the compost operation. But I think you need to look at that accumulation at Swingley as more as waste rather than future compost.
Thank
And
you.
Commissioner, maybe if I could add to that, and I appreciate Bob bringing this up. So when he alluded to the volatile compounds and the freshness of the wood chips, I think there's been a misperception for the community and even county residents that, every bit of branches and wood waste brought into the transfer station is going to get used for composting from the water reclamation facility. We do have a very limited capacity with our vessels. And what Russ and his crew do an amazing job down there, keeping the place operating efficiently and meeting our discharge permit. But what they found is using some of the chipped wood waste that we've historically done with the tub grinder, which I appreciate Bob mentioning that it's very unsafe. And I think in the 8 years I've been here, we've put almost $30,000 to keep the thing operating. And that's when 3 years ago, we brought in the commercial chipper and it went a lot more efficient. But currently right now we're getting fresh sawdust from RY timber. So we're not even using any of the green or brown waste brought into the transfer station for composting at the water reclamation facility. And so, and Bob has that taken into consideration in his alternatives.
Thank you. Maybe I should reword it with the current input on, viable materials. With the current input on an average annual basis, is there any idea of what that would generate market value?
So Bob, is that on one of your spreadsheets on the revenue brought in at $15 a cubic yard?
It is. It's about $55,000 a year is what we estimate the revenue at $15 a yard.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else, commissioners? Okay, thank you, Bob. We appreciate your time and look forward to moving forward somehow in a solution.
Hey, Chair Hoagland, have you asked for public comment yet, or?
No, this is a scheduled public.
Okay, so we don't, okay,
Mhm.
just for clarification, thanks.
Yep.
Well, I just want to thank the commission for using Great West Engineering. We appreciate your business and we look forward to working with you folks in the future.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks.
And Madam
All right.
Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll talk to Mike, but after Bob's presentation, we'll probably put the actual study on a future agenda and have the commission accept that, so we can post that on our city website. And certainly that would be an opportunity for public comment or the conservation board to weigh in once that's accepted by the commission.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think we will move on. Tonight we do have one public hearing. Ordinance number 3006, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, requiring all buildings to comply with the building codes and amending ordinance number 2085 as codified by Chapter 6 of the Livingston Municipal Code by adopting by reference the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, or the IECC, and deleting section 6-55 of the Livingston Municipal Code. Mr. Cardus or Shannon? I see, Mike, you're here now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the second reading of this ordinance. Again, this is just the energy code that we have to adopt to be able to use it in the city. The state's finally released it, so we are moving on and adopting it for the city as well. It will go into effect 30 days, obviously, after if you approve it, and then we will make it just part of the general building codes for the city of Livingston.
All right, thank you. We will open this public hearing first and then have commissioner comments after that. This public hearing of ordinance number 3006 is now open. Any public comment? Double checking in the chat for raised hands. Okay, any public comment? Okay. This public hearing is now closed on ordinance number 3006. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I'll ask a quick question.
Okay, go ahead, Melissa.
So as far as the first part of the public hearing, I think we've talked about that a few times, and I think it's good to adopt it when it comes out. I wanted to just, since 6-55 is on here, I wanted to just get clarification on the removal of that from code. I think I know why we're removing this, but I just want to give Michael a chance to share why that part's included.
Michael, would you like to start by answering
I think it has
that?
some, and I think it has something to do with probably something recently we passed for Public Works.
It does, and I just wanted to make sure I was on the right page before I gave you a wrong answer. So it eliminates the Development Review Committee section of this chapter because we basically replaced the Development Review Committee with the new site review process, which was more in-depth and had more standards than the old review process. So the old code had to go away so that we could begin using the new process that you approved, I think, 3 or 4 meetings ago.
And there were two, right, Michael? There was one for Public Works and another one was, a different one was through the planning department. So there's two things that we've.
Right. The thing from Public Works wasn't actually part of the site review process, but it was basically the design standards that'll be used across the board for the city, whether that's a subdivision or any other kind of development. And the site review process itself is for developments that don't fall under the subdivision process. So if it's condominiums or they're not subdividing, they're building one large facility, then they still are, the site review process is still applicable to that.
And just to clarify, for people who might have missed that meeting, what we approved as a commission is actually a bit more thorough for the city staff so that they have, they can sort of meet the needs of the community on the side that doesn't go through the planning board process, but they can still meet the requirements of what the city community, like the citizens, care about when they're working through a subdivision review. Am I on the right
That's correct.
track here? Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. I think this, when you compare what's in this code that we're removing to what we passed, I do think that we're moving in the right direction based on the many hours of planning board meetings that I'm at. So I appreciate, the city staff and Matthew's thoughtfulness and moving these things forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Any other commissioners? All right, I feel like we have already talked about this quite a bit and had a lot of clarification in the last public hearing. So, or at the last ordinance, I guess, or resolution. Other than that, anyone else? Okay. Do I have a motion from the commission on ordinance number 3006?
I move we accept ordinance number 3006.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Maybe and a second by Schwartz. Roll call, please.
Chair Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Or
Commissioner Freeman. Excuse me, he's not joined us. Commissioner Maybe,
Or
Commissioner Nudes.
4.
Motion passes. tonight we have no ordinances. We do have resolutions. We have 4 resolutions. Our first resolution is resolution number 4961, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, of its intent to annex contiguous governmental land described as being Bennett Street, Grandview Boulevard, Arbor Drive, Hefferline Avenue, Whiskey Creek Road, Scheuber Avenue, Locke Blair Avenue, and a portion of Garnier Avenue from Allspa Street to Arbor Drive, all located in Section 7, Township 2 South, Range 10 East. Mr. Carduce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's a lot of words. So let's bring up a graphic at least so we can kind of see the areas we're talking about. So hold on a second while I share my screen. Except I can't yet because you said co-host.
And Michael, I'm going to just ask right away as we move into discussing this resolution. I would like history added in at the beginning, just where and why we're at this place in this request, and give us as much history as possible. And I think by stating that before, I don't have to ask it later after the fact.
Absolutely. So let me go through a little bit of what we just talked about. So basically, if you look at this map, you can see that I'll bring it down so you can see here's the water reclamation facility. Here's the main part of Green Acres, which is now in the city. This is the Brookstone area. The streets we're talking about are the entirety of Arbor Drive, so it's right across here. Whiskey Creek, Hefferline, and portions of Old Clyde Park down to here, as well as Grandview Boulevard across here. And there's one more that's right. You won't see it on there because it's just platted and it's not an actual street yet. The city up until this point has always possessed, it also includes this part of Bennett Street, just because we couldn't find where we officially annexed it, even though we've been maintaining it for a while. So we threw it on there just to be thorough. The city has already annexed miles up to Maple, as well as Garnier, McCaw, and Frank Street. Those are all streets that the surrounding properties are in the county, but the city has annexed the streets. And of course, we annexed all the streets within Green Acres during that annexation process. So this is just an extension of those annexations to bring the next set of streets into the city. The reason for some of the timing right now, one of the reasons is we had these streets annexed up to basically the northern boundary of where the city line was, which was at the north end of Brookstone. That boundary is now extended all the way out to Meg's, but Arbor Drive is the natural cutoff in this place. So this area, especially in this section, which is already, the streets are already annexed, but you can tell in these section as well, is pretty much developed to urban density, or at least in a significant portion of it has developed to urban density. So tonight we are only talking about the streets. So let me be clear about that. There are no properties that will be annexed into the city with this action. This is only the streets themselves. So the process is the county requests annexation. We spoke to the county about that, and they did pass that in their last county commission meeting. And we annexed those. It's government to government. There was some questions about why didn't the homeowners receive notice of it. It's because there's no private property that's being annexed. Government to government annexations doesn't require the same notice as if we were annexing any private property into the city. And this will not do that. It will not have any effect on the current properties that are there. They'll still be in the county. They won't be in the city. The only difference being that the city will be responsible for the maintenance of the streets. And if they were going to put infrastructure into new streets, like these streets here that don't exist yet but are platted, then that would have to be coordinated through the city to make sure that everything is properly done in the city right away. The city will take over all the right of way from the county. So anything that's currently a street or platted will become the city's responsibility. And there are some issues with some of these residences that are currently in the right of ways that we'll have to clear up at some point in the future. But we can work through that process and either alter the right of ways or come up with a different solution in that area. It kind of goes hand in hand with the annexation we did a couple of weeks ago on this island. We've now we'll have annexed all of these streets and brought that into the city. And while it won't have an effect on the properties currently, it could in the future as we look to bring some of these more urbanized areas into the city, as we have over the past few months with some of the other areas around town. While none of that is happening tonight, it is the first step towards that process of bringing some of these areas into the city. But even if we don't bring these areas into the city in the future, it is best to have the streets under city control, just because of the issues as far as it allows us some more flexibility in the sewer and water distribution system out there, to make sure that we have the right of way if we do need to put in infrastructure. I think that is most I can think of off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if there's more history that you would like.
Would you, Michael, just elaborate on that last statement? So as to why do cities and counties, in this case of the county, agreeing or recommending it, or whatever term that is, why do cities want to annex streets like this out in county roads, that were county streets or roads, I should say?
Sure. From the county perspective, it makes sense as far as that they're really set up, and their intent is to maintain rural roads, and these are not really rural roads. They really are urban streets because of the way it's developed. And that makes more sense for the city to take control of. Additionally, as we expand the sewer and water in this area, notably the sewer expansion in Green Acres, it does give us extra right-of-ways that we can use if there's different routes we wanted to take with a water main or a sewer main. It just gives us a lot of flexibility in that area as far as being able to do that. And currently, this entire area is pretty much borders the city in many respects. The entire eastern side is actually City of Livingston property. The entire west side, once you get to Green Acres, is city property, and Brookstone. And obviously the south area is also in the city. So it basically keeps it consistent. It allows us to manage the area without having to coordinate with I'm not sharing the screen, so they probably couldn't see any of that. But it does allow us to coordinate with the county a little easier. We don't have to have spots of county inside the city streets. We're probably going to end up maintaining a lot of it anyway. So it's just easier to have the responsibility and the authority to be able to go in and work on the streets, whether that's for infrastructure or the streets themselves.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Any other clarifying questions before we open it to public? Melissa, go ahead.
Yeah, Michael, could you show us on the map, remind us where there's water quality issues in our community? I know it's been a little while since we talked about this with Green Acres, but that's been a really big topic of conversation for the commission.
Sure. So there's a couple of things that'll happen in this area. As we extend the sewer system, you can see some of this area right here, just to the west of the wastewater treatment plant, is an area that is frequently, if not annually, on boil orders for the wells that they have in that area. And additionally, you can see the number of septic systems currently that are already close to the Yellowstone River, and more would become close to the Yellowstone River if that area was developed. If we do even if we don't annex the property in the area, if there is sewer infrastructure in those streets, then if any new development is within 500 feet of that sewer infrastructure, they'll have to hook up if it's not more expensive than 3 times what it would cost to put in a septic system. So it helps us bring some more residences in that area onto sewer, even if it's not in the city. And if we do choose to bring it in the city, then it can bring that entire area back onto sewer and water to take care of both the water quality issues and any septic issues that might affect the river. So there's a few reasons in that area that it's helpful.
And was it, I'm trying to remember when we talked about Green Acres, is Green Acres about 5 acres of land, and there were somewhere around between 90 and 100 septic systems?
I think that's roughly correct, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
That's helpful to keep in mind, I think. I think that's just a really critical issue for our community, and the people that live here are really interested in protecting the river and thinking about water quality. So thanks for expanding on that.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Any other clarifying questions before we open it to public? Okay. Let's open it to public. Is there any public comment on resolution 4961? Please raise your hand or put your name in the chat. And also make sure you state your name and address.
My name is William Smith. I'm on the phone. So how do I get in on this?
Go ahead, William. Well, you need to state your address. Can you state your address,
Thank you
William?
very much. Yes. My address is P.O. Box 78 Immigrant, and I am the project engineer on this project with Carter Bayman and other design members for approximately 2 years. And so I just wanted to clarify with the commissioners that there has been substantial discussions and ironing out of details with Park County officials in the context of working through a memorandum of understanding down to the fine points. It was not accepted by the commissioners just in the context of them, moving on with this request to the city, but also ironing out with them the realignment of common boundaries for the encroachment onto public right-of-way, and also providing a substantial increase in access and parking for Sackett Park. And with regard to the preliminary plat, I wonder if the commissioners have seen the amended preliminary plat for the realignment of boundaries, and that has been the focus of discussions with Park County officials for about a year. And a copy of that could be provided to the commission through your proper channels if you aren't familiar with it or aware of it. So just wanted you to be aware that there has been substantial discussion, and we would like to be able to see that included or considered as you move forward with your deliberations. Thank you.
All right, thank you, William. I think I saw Michelle, your hand up.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoagland. My name is Michelle Ubaraga, and I live at 711 Locke Blair Drive here in Livingston. I'm also serve as the Executive Director for the Park County Environmental Council. And so my comments tonight are on behalf of the Park County Environmental Council. And I want to just quickly say that we support the city's annexation here based on our review of the issue and conversations with county officials. We believe that annexing these streets are in line with the public interest and with the records of public comments that we've heard from the community through the growth policy update process. We believe annexing county property that is within city limits or really adjacent to city limits will help create a more clear regulatory scheme for developers, will encourage infill development, and will meet our goals of encouraging development that ties into the city wastewater treatment, which helps protect the Yellowstone River. And so basically in sum, we agree with the comments of the city manager and his recommendation and urge you to vote yes. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Michelle. I think we have Patricia, go ahead.
Now, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Patricia Grabo, 204 East Callender Street, Livingston, Montana. I want to ask the commissioners what the input from the public has been on this issue. Has it been for or against? Can I just hear that from the commissioners? Because my understanding is there's been a lot of public input.
I'm going to wait until I hear all public
Okay.
input tonight, and then I
Okay,
think
'cause
commissioners have been reviewing this for some time and understanding this area.
Okay, well, my understanding is, and this is obviously a taboo issue, but what does the public think of this? As opposed to what has gone on with memorandums of understanding and so forth. What has been the public input is always the question forward in my mind. I know that the city for a long time has wanted to get rid of those trailers down in that area as well. And I suspect down the road, that's exactly what's going to happen. But here is a city that tries to have affordable housing, and yet this is affordable housing. And it's always been that trailers are a means of viable housing for people. So I think this is kind of down the road a way to get rid of those trailer houses in that area. And that goes way back to when I was on the commission. So kudos to you. You finally are going to get rid of them, but it's affordable housing. And I don't believe that the public, if you listen to the public, I know the public doesn't want this. If you listen to the public, that's my comments.
Right, thank you. I'm looking for all the hands. So give me a second. Leslie, go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for taking the time on this. It is an important subject, as Melissa said, in regards to being so close to the Yellowstone River. But I do want to bring up one thing. I do know of a household that simply found out about this tonight. And this is something that we've been working on with our Housing Coalition group, as well as the planning group, and many discussions, and also discussions with the county commissioners. And the community of the county residents surrounding the city are not being notified. When you live in the county, you don't get a city newspaper, you don't go to a city meeting, and you say, well, then that's their fault. Somebody told me that. And it's like, well, no. If you want to access county properties or streets within the county community need to be aware that it's coming. Now, by state annotated code, I know that after you make an ordinance or resolution, then they get 20 days. You have to submit a letter to each and every one of them. But before we get to that point, that's not what this is. Livingston. Everybody got along and we all communicated, and it's just crazy that we have to come to this really tumultuous point when we're wanting to make changes. And I really hope that Mr. Cardos understands that these are some changes that people are taking not lightly. And when we want to enhance a community and do something like this, I mean, it could be wonderful, but it's how we talk to the residents about the future plan of this. And I know annotated 7 chapter 2 part 43, and there's a lot of options that you might run into now that Mr. Esp has also passed a bill to stop annexation. And I think that if we don't want to go down that path, we need to communicate with these county residents before you do this with their streets. I mean, what is 2 weeks? You put it on the thing tonight, say, let's hold it, let's talk to them, send them a notice in the mail, and then let's talk about it again. I just think to open up the door with this communication. So again, there's a house on one of those streets that knew nothing about it, and they live there every day, but they're a county resident, and they, so that says a lot, right? I thank you very much tonight for listening to me speak.
Thank you, Leslie. Let's see. There's a lot of rectangles to go through here. Kathy, go ahead.
Yes. Hi, Commissioners. I'm Kathy Miner, and I live at 307 Arbor Drive. And I agree with Leslie. I just found out about this probably 2 weeks ago from my neighbor. And I don't think I clearly understand what the request is. And I don't know that I see the benefits of annexing county right-of-ways from where I live. And I certainly would like more information on that. And I'm looking at a map right now where Michael referred to the dense housing that is at the beginning of Garnier. And you know, it looks like there's a sewer main right there. But to me, I don't see how, you know, I can see the need to get connected for sewer for those smaller parcels, but for the parcels on Arbor Drive where there's more acreage, it doesn't seem to make sense to me. And I just wish we had more information and understanding as to why this is being proposed. Thanks, that's all I had.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's see. I don't see any other hands up, but I have a feeling there's a few people waiting. Any other public comment? I can't tell. I see someone, I think T. DeRosa. Go
Hi
ahead.
there. Hi. Hello, Becky DeRosa. Actually, Todd and Becky DeRosa, 604 Arbor Drive. I'd just like to reiterate what Kathy just actually mentioned, so that we also have a say in this. We also only heard about this approximately 2 weeks ago. We have attended the previous city meeting as well as county meetings and have written letters of our concern. I think at this point, you know, we've heard both sides, we understand both sides, but what Kathy said is really where we're at. There's just not enough information that's being shared right now. So without having that information, you know, we have to take the stance of being against this until further information is delivered to the residents and the community. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we're voicing our thoughts on this as well, and would like to see, you know, have a little bit more time on this. I think like Leslie pointed out, to really kind of consume this information and get all of the information and documents that you guys might have on your hands in our hands so that we can also understand and also voice our opinion based off of that information.
All right, thank you, Becky. Any other public comment? I don't see anyone else with their hands up or hand up or names in the chat. So we will close it. I'm double checking. Close it to public comment. Okay, public comment is now.
Can you hear us?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, I'm sorry, we couldn't raise our hand fast enough. I'm Matt Feldman. We live on 407 Arbor Drive. I'm very concerned with this annexation that you guys are planning on doing. We just found out about it 2 weeks ago, and it was like we woke up in a panic, and I really feel like I really feel violated by it. And we didn't get any information either. I feel like things are done behind everybody's back without any time or thought process into this. So I am fully against this annexation. I'm also concerned, with the city maintaining the road. There goes our taxes. And we moved out of the city into the county so that we had a little breathing room. And I just wanted to let you know that's my opinion on this. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Matt. I wasn't sure, is Heidi there as well?
Yes, this is Heidi.
Are
I'm
you
with Heidi.
talking? Are you with Matt?
Yes,
Okay.
we're
I
on the Zoom together.
wasn't sure if you wanted to speak as well, or if just Matt was.
I was trying to get the computer to run. Thank you very much. But no, we feel the same
Yeah.
about it, really how we were trying to pass the word to our neighbors, and I think that's how everybody else found out. And that again is the critical point here. I think that I don't even know of some of our neighbors, and I'm sure that they don't even know what's going on too. So information of what's going on and to the people that it's affecting is very critical here, I think. I would appreciate some time and thought into that. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Heidi. Any other public comment? Okay, it doesn't appear to, or there doesn't appear to be any more public comment.
I'm back one more time. I apologize. This is Heidi Feldman, 407 Arbor Drive again.
Oh,
Oh.
Heidi,
Can I not comment again?
no, you cannot.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, it looks like there's no other public comment. We will move on. Now, the one thing, commissioners, I want to double check with you. So we're at our break time. So at an hour and a half before we open it to commissioner comment, we take our 5-minute break. And since it's a good time to do that, I think we'll take our 5-minute break, everyone, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. And Faith will put the timer on so you can refer to it. Give everyone a break for a moment. Thank you. Sorry, everyone. I was finishing up a couple things. All right, we're to commissioner comments. And just as I thought through this resolution, so sometimes just for public understanding of how resolutions work, this resolution, because it will go to a public hearing next, if it is approved, this is a resolution of intent for a public hearing. So there is a number of times in the future, if it does move to the resolution or to a public hearing and the resolution of intent is approved by the commission, there's more time and more feedback and more information. All right. Sometimes we don't realize the process or we don't understand it because it's pretty complicated, because there's other resolutions tonight that are just one-off resolutions. So you're like approving a contract, for example, or something like that. Right. I wanted to just clarify for the public. So commissioners, questions or comments on our resolution number 4961?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Quinn, or wait, Warren, go ahead.
A couple of questions. First of all, should the residents have received letters up to this point? Question one. Question two is there any question that the end property that's closest to the river, what are the current state regulations for septic locations to distance from a body of water? And another is the trailer park area. That's the one that needs to boiler water pretty much every year, if I understood correctly.
Can I answer that for you?
Sure.
All right, so I'm gonna try to share my screen here. Let's see. And let me try that again. So this is the current area where you heard something about trailers earlier, but this is not the trailer park in the boil order. These trailers here are not hooked to anything. And this road right here that is Whiskey Creek Road is the end of what is the current development. And this is pretty much all undeveloped except for this house right here. And the owner of that house has been on the phone. And then this house right here, and this house right here, and then this small one here. So the trailer court that has the boil order is the trailer court that is between Garnier, or what we call Old Cly Park Road, and Miles Lane, between McCaw and Frank Street. So this is the trailer court. And we already have those roads, and we did those roads. Those roads were annexed into the city at or prior to the Green Acres annexation. As far as where the water and sewer are, see if I can share that with the map. So what you're seeing right here where my cursor is the green is the end of the sewer. The blue is the end of the water, and here is a hydrant. This is the back of the transfer station. So this is all city property right in here. And the development is right here, which is adjacent to the northwest side of the city property. Okay, I have one additional. Oh, so new share. Okay. So remember we talked a minute ago about Whiskey Creek Road. So this is Whiskey Creek Road over here on the far left side. And this is what is proposed when Mr. Smith talked about the proposed amended plat. This is what is proposed between Arbor Drive and the river, and Whiskey Creek Road and the river. There's about, depending on how you count them, between 43 and 46 lots in that area. So does that answer your question, Commissioner Maybe?
Not totally. I was wondering about, I'm assuming these are all going to be on septic?
As long as they're in the county, that is their plan. Even though they're within about 700 feet of the end of the city sewer and water.
But what is the state regulations concerning distance of septic systems from a river?
It's more complicated than that, and it's a review by DEQ of whether or not they're allowed to have a septic system in that area. And there is no permit yet for that septic system.
Thank you.
Other commissioner comments, questions?
Sorry, Madam Chair. Courtney, can you go ahead and answer the question on the letters as well?
Oh, of course, sorry. So we can't send anybody letters on this particular annexation because it's just the county roads. And the county requested, well, they have to request and have requested that we annex these roads. So there's no direct notice to property owners because the only property owner affected by this annexation is the county under the law. Certainly there has been a fair amount of public participation and communication with both the county commissioners and with us, and individual conversations that I've had with property owners. Any future annexation, once you as the commission pass a resolution of intent, then the individual letters go out to property owners to let them know that this is a proposed action taken by the commission. And the reason for that is because until you elect to have a resolution of intent, there wouldn't be a set of people to notify. There wouldn't be a finite number of property owners to notify. This will, of course, have a public notice in the newspaper for a public hearing at the time that we have the second resolution on this road annexation issue.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Melissa. Sorry.
That's okay.
Writing thoughts.
So Courtney, if I'm understanding you correctly, though, no notices would be set out for this particular annexation because it's not property owners. I mean, the property owner is the county, it's not private property.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. And then Chair Hoagland, I do have other questions if now is a good time.
Yes, Warren, you're done?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Melissa.
And thanks, Terrell and Warren, you asked a lot of my process questions. So I was just gonna say, I just wanted to, I guess, respond to some of the things that the public said. The commission, at least I can speak for myself, I didn't have this information before it came on the last agenda, so there is no, the city commission finds out with the public what's going to be on meetings nearly always. So all the information that we have is in the packet, and that's available on the city website. If you're having trouble navigating it because it is new, I would recommend you just reach out to city staff. And I think Faith usually probably gets those kind of calls, but anybody will help you find that. So we all have the same information. The other thing I wanted to say is a couple questions about public feedback. I have visuals. Tell me if you can see this. Public input on things, on topics such as this. Oh. Can you see this? Can you guys see that? Anybody? Okay. That's a lot of public feedback from the growth policy from about 60 hours of public meetings that I've been attending for the last few months, along with quite a few people on this call tonight. Quite a few of them also are county residents that participated in the city growth policy meetings. So it is clear from the people of Livingston that they want contiguous growth. They want the city to grow out in a very orderly way, not hopscotching and skipping properties and sort of leapfrogging. So yes, I've listened to lots and lots of public comment about contiguous growth, many hours of it, along with lots of people I think who are on the call tonight. And I actually, just to clarify another point, I have not in all these meetings, I've heard people talk about diversifying housing. I've never heard anyone target trailers or manufactured homes as wanting to get rid of them from Livingston. So I have not had that experience as a commissioner. In fact, I've heard wanting to protect diversified housing and expand on diversified housing, having like lots of options for people that live here. So I just wanted to clarify that because I think that's really important that we commissioners are sharing with each other what we hear at our board meetings, since only one of us attend each board meeting as an individual commissioner. I just have not had that feedback. Even on the planning board, we've talked about trailers and nobody spoke about trailers or manufactured homes in a negative light. So I think that's really important because those are our neighbors too. And I want to make sure we're being respectful. Another question was brought up. Have we seen the preliminary plat? We have not done a review of that. Not at the planning board and not at the city commission, because quite frankly, it's not our jurisdiction. It's not in the city. So we haven't had those conversations. And I don't, you know, as a city commissioner, I don't get the same documents that the county commissioners get. We're in two different government structures with, I suppose there's some overlap, but for subdivision, it's different. And I wanted to, I guess, you know, we've had the good fortune to hear a lot about Green Acres, and Quentin and I went to those meetings in person quite some time ago. And we really heard from the community there and from Public Works like Shannon and other Public Works staff about the complexities of meeting the needs of the residents and getting the infrastructure in place to meet those needs. And it's very complicated, and we're lucky that we have the staff that can handle that level of complication when there's things going through multiple private properties. And I think that that's some of what Michael was getting at with why roads matter. And I was hoping that maybe you could just elaborate on that, if there's another way that it can be said, why this is important for the city to have road access, because not everybody might realize the importance of not having infrastructure under people's houses or through people's properties versus in the road.
Answer that now, Madam Chair. Is that okay?
Yes, sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
I think I'm going to take you back to the map of what Courtney was showing you earlier. So let me share my screen just a second. And then Shannon, if you have anything to add, please do. So again, you can see this is the public works area. We have the water main that comes up here. We have the fire hydrant at the end. You can see that we have this entire area of what's somewhat urban development without any fire hydrants. And I think within the last year, we actually did have a fire out there. And so when you have a fire in that kind of urban area, but you have to bring the tender in from rural fire to service it, it causes some problems. The same thing can be said for this sewer main that comes up here. If we want to extend that, even if we were going to use it for Green Acres, we need those right of ways to be able to put in the infrastructure that's required for the neighborhood, even if it wasn't for this neighborhood. Although I'd love for everybody in these neighborhoods to be on the city sewer system and not on septic. To get through some of those hopscotch areas that Commissioner Newts was talking about, you at least need the right of way for the roads, which is the reason that we had already annexed these roads, even though all the residents are still in the county. We needed the right of ways for fire hydrants, for water mains. And you can see for the trailer park that we've been talking about, they now have 2 fire hydrants, possibly 3 if you count this one over here, where before they had none. There's just a level of safety and a level of services that the city can provide that the county cannot. And that's even for residents that are still in the county. Obviously, anybody can use those fire hydrants. We don't lock people out, so they can't fight a fire with the city fire hydrants. But especially as we look to expand the sewer system and the water system as well, those right of ways will become important to make sure we can most efficiently extend that infrastructure without being constrained by some roads being county or some roads being city. It just makes it much easier for us to extend that. Do you have anything to add to that, Shannon?
Okay, so what I have to add is, just like our discussion with all the Green Acres residents, this Montag subdivision was actually looked at back in 2003 when the city engineer at that time, Scott Nelson, looked at utility extensions in this part of town, and Montag was certainly included in water and sewer extensions. And in my recollection, all those extensions were done in public right-of-ways in streets and alleys within that area. So I will add that the sewer and the water that we have near, and Courtney alluded to being within 600-700 feet of the of this property. It is all sized to have adequate capacity for the full build out of this area. So the sewer main that basically terminates at the transfer station is a 10-inch sewer main, and we have an 8-inch water main. So the planning for providing capacity for water and sewer certainly takes this area into account. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah, I think that's really helpful. I think it's important to talk about like where our infrastructure goes and why you all need to be able to access that and have it built in a smart way that makes sense. So thanks, Shannon and Michael. I just want to share with the public here that if you have questions, in my experience, our staff has been very responsive to the public when something's confusing about annexation or what something means or what implications it will have for their community. Like, I would just encourage you to reach out because the city staff has been very responsive. At least my time on the commission with any annexation topic. Green Acres is a great example, even going into the community and having meetings. This is before COVID, but I would just encourage you to reach out if you're not sure and it's between commission meetings because we only meet every couple weeks. Don't feel like you have to wait. You can send an email and get information before the next meeting if you have questions. That's what I would say. Thanks, Drell.
Thank you, Melissa. I'll go ahead and I have some questions and comments. Let's start with, well, first, thanks for asking the process questions and about infrastructure and the importance of how this is connected to that big picture thinking for infrastructure. Michael or Courtney, if you could answer, so if, say, in the future, this was, we decided to annex these roads or streets, roads into streets, I guess, how are the right-of-way issues or the encroachment issues now? I'm trying to get back a little bit historically because we've talked about this for some years. There's encroachment on public right-of-ways already that are county. In this development, some of the houses that we saw on the map actually were built on right-of-ways, correct? And so, which I know the county has been working through that and working with trying to come up with some solutions because I feel it would be a difficult one to deal with in that there's a home there now, yet it's not on their property. So then you have to come up with some type of solution with the county homeowners and then potentially with the city. So what's that going to add to us as we work through that problem? Because it does have to be dealt with. And if that right of way or those right of ways in that area would be part of the city street system, then how are we impacted dealing with that problem?
In order for us to deal with it, we have to have jurisdiction to deal with it. And then once we have jurisdiction to deal with it, we can work with the property owners to make sure that our easements and right-of-ways are maintained. We have to shift them over a little if there has to be some movement of those. We're not going to go through people's houses. It's certainly not feasible when there's room to go around them and to put the infrastructure in what would be a newly platted right-of-way.
So we replat it versus making, well, I just read this article in New Zealand, how they made a $400,000 property, one section of a property, they had to tear it down because they went into public right away. So we replat, come up with a solution with the homeowners or et cetera.
It's actually the developer that would replat it. And we
Okay.
would work with them and the homeowners to make sure that there were adequate easements and right-of-ways around those properties.
And then the county was already doing so, was working towards that. I know it's been a long time, so I'm not sure. I guess my concern is, I feel like the county's been talking about this for a long time as well. And we're still, doesn't seem to be resolved. So if we get this, how would it be resolved with us versus what's the holdup?
So when they had the meeting with the county last Tuesday, one of the things that their civil deputy county attorney, Shannon Piccolo, wanted to clarify was that the commission had directed county staff to work with the landowner with regard to the houses in the county right of way. And 2 of the 3 of them are immediately adjacent to city property at the back of the transfer station. And that while that discussion had started with the county about 5 years ago, at no point had the county staff entered into any kind of an agreement. And there was no set path forward. And the agenda item after their request for us to annex roads was the MOU, but that was the first time that anybody had seen the MOU.
Okay. So in a nutshell, it's been a long process.
It has, and the county really doesn't have the ability to do the kind of planning that we do or the kind of site oversight that we do. And so they're limited in the tools that they can use to do that. And the MOU was really the only tool they had in their basket. And there had been no public process around that the entire time that they had been working on it. So that had not ever before in the 5 years come before the county commission or been in a public setting. And that's one of the concerns that the courts have with regards to MOUs in planning, basically planning by contract. And it's disfavored because it's outside of that public process.
All right, great, thank you. Then so we have discussed the water issue or the water quality issue that off of Miggs Road, right? Isn't it Miggs? With the trailer homes there. And that's been an ongoing issue, problem over the years, which I feel for I can't imagine if our whole community was having to boil water, what that would look like and how hard that would be. So I feel for them. How can this annexing these roads, because one of them is adjacent or one side of it to the right east side of the properties, how can that help them? What would be potential for them having better water quality? Or do we continue with that problem? Do they get hooked on or hooked in? Does the city work with the property owners or the trailer park owner, I guess?
As we extend the city water and city sewer, it's going to be immediately adjacent to those properties. And we would expect to annex them and bring them in and have them hook up. I actually was able to have a fairly lengthy visit with the property owner of that property, which was in addition to the conversations that I've had with them. When we talked about Green Acres, they were part of that conversation. And I had actually spoken to them individually prior to that, knowing that Green Acres was going to be happening. And they're not present here for this meeting. They may be here for future meetings. I know they did attend some of the Green Acres meetings.
Okay, and so this has potential to help the water quality of that small part of our community.
Can I jump in real quick, Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
This particular action won't affect them at all because none of the streets are next to the trailer park.
I
All the
thought it was
streets-
on the east side of it.
No, let me show you. I'll show you the map again. So it's a little, and one that's probably a little easier to see. All those streets are already in the city. So there's I think an easier way to see, but now that we know the area we're talking about, what streets we're talking about. So really Bennett Street, which we already treat as a city street, but we couldn't find the paperwork that we had annexed it. So we just started cleaning that up. And then we're really only talking about these streets up here in the north that are basically straight east of Green Acres. The city already has annexed all of these streets. So this area already has city streets, which I don't think has affected the residents really much at all. But this will bring the rest of these streets in the area into the city. So this particular action won't have any impact on the trailer park or really any of the residences in this area. And the only difference for these residences are that they will be driving on city streets instead of county streets. There's no taxes associated with us annexing these streets. They won't pay street maintenance tax because they're not in the city. And so and that's one of the reasons there's no notice requirement, is there's really no appreciable effect on the property owners because nothing changes for them except the ownership of the streets.
So then it leads me to my next question, which I think is kind of direct. I'm going to be real, but then why? What's the advantage of annexing these streets if there's not a lot of?
It doesn't affect the property owners, but it does affect the city.
Okay,
Again,
can you explain that again? Put that all in a nutshell as to why this is a good idea.
Sure. So there's a few ways that it affects the city. One is it allows us those right of ways to extend the infrastructure, whether or not we annex any of the properties into the city. It still gives us the right of ways to move forward with that. It also eliminates some of those some of the coordination requirements between us and the county and in the maintenance of the area. And it will give us more options in the future as far as how we want to look at this area and if we want to put additional planning requirements in the area or if we do want to bring it into the city. So it is beneficial to the city across the board. With this particular action will have no appreciable effect on the residences. And if we were to take any future actions, then that's when all the public processes would come into play.
Great, thank you. And for a little more history, how could we have a kind of an overview of what public and private sewer, water lines, etc. Again, if you go to that map, but at this point, we talked about having mostly septic in the area, and then some are people like Green Acres. I mean, a huge plot of land is hooked in now, or hooking in soon. What do we have? Just overview as to septic versus water, access to water and sewer there in that area.
So again, this is the public works map of our utilities in the area. And I'll show you kind of the larger view so you can see. So at this point, our sewer runs through Brookstone up the edge of the public works property. And that's the extent of it right now. So currently, all of the residences in this area, all of Green Acres, in this entire area, well, really anything in this entire area is on a septic system currently. The project to bring Green Acres in will cover this area, and Brookstone is on sewer currently, so there won't be any septic in that area. If we went forward in the future with an annexation of any of these properties, then we would look at possibly combining some of these infrastructure projects and designing it so that we would be able to extend sewer to this entire area because of its urban density right now. And we would have the option of bringing everyone onto sewer in the future. This particular annexation does not do that. It only allows us the right of ways to design and build it, but it doesn't do anything to the residents currently. But it would allow us to build any of the infrastructure in there that would either help with Green Acres or would make this an easier project in the future if we were going to bring this area onto sewer. And I think Shannon indicated that that's been all the planning that is done when we've done the infrastructure has been with the idea that sooner or later, because of the density, this area would come into the city. That's why the water mains are built to the capacity to service this entire area. It's why the sewer mains are built to the capacity to serve this entire area. So in the planning process, we've always assumed that as this developed into a more urban type area, that eventually it would come into the city. This doesn't do that, but it does bring the streets in so that we can build the infrastructure to continue to plan for that.
All right, great, thank you. And then there was just a comment made, and thank you, Melissa, you had clarified or helped clarify one, but a comment made about what the public wants. And one thing I do, and I know Melissa, you stated this earlier, but one thing that we hear constantly and consistently is the public wants us to preserve and value our river and take care of it. And I think a lot of my concerns is how, and this goes back to the 90 plus septic systems that were in Green Acres, and just this being a really very close to the river, and there's some major concerns. And I'm hoping if this annexation or this street annexation goes through, that can help this area to be healthier for our river, which is the public comment or the public want. That was the term used, that we hear more than anything is preserving our river and recreation and access, and it just being the center of our community. I think that's all my questions for now. Quentin or Mel, do you have anything?
No, you did very well.
Thank you, Mel. Quentin?
Yeah, you pretty much summed up, answered any questions that I may have had that lingered, but no, certainly our intention is not to get rid of the trailer park or anything like that. We're simply annexing the roads. You know, if it might not be an issue, you know, if the county had more control over or had any zoning at all. But in order to protect the river and stuff like that and future development, we need to have these things in place, especially the right of ways for sewer and water and the like. Other than that, I think that answers all my questions that I might have had. Thank you. I yield.
All right, any last comments from commissioners? And remember, this is a resolution of intent to bring it to a public hearing if it is so moved or a motion is made. Anything else from commission? Okay, do we have a motion from the commission on resolution number 4961?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 4961.
Second.
We have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Friedman. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Or
Commissioner Freeman,
For.
Commissioner Maybe,
or
Commissioner Newt.
Or
Motion passes. We'll see it on a future agenda as a public hearing. Next on our agenda, we have resolution number 4964, a resolution, the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, of its intent to adopt the proposed growth policy.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And-
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Michael, would you clarify process again with the growth policy and steps? Because like Melissa showed, I have it right here next to me. It's big. And it will take time. Yeah.
It is, and luckily most of it is a lot of it is public comment or different versions. So the growth policy itself isn't the 2,000 pages, but it's still a document that I think takes some time to digest. I'll just give you the quick overview of where we're going from here and kind of where we've been, and then I'll let Matthew give his staff report on it. But it's gone through an extensive public process in the planning board, many hours. I didn't time it. Commissioner Newt said somewhere around 60. I would believe that. It has gone through, I think, numerous revisions, and we've been in the process for well over a year now. I think it's a really great product that does reflect at least the majority of the community sentiment on the topics that we're talking about, and it does cover a broad array of topics. It's probably one of the most complete growth policies that I've read in the state, which is, I think, it's a great product. So we've already had all of those public processes in the on the planning board. They passed a resolution that they would like you to pass to accept the growth policy. So tonight's a resolution of intent to hold a public hearing on it. Since we've already held a public hearing, that's not a requirement, but I think it's a nice way to wrap it up. So tonight's just your intent to have that public hearing. If passed tonight, then we again have to skip a meeting while we do the public notice process. And then the following meeting, 2 meetings from now, would be the public hearing on the growth policy itself. There again is the public process for this hearing. Anybody from the public can provide public feedback, public comments on it. We have received a couple of public comments already. Friends of Park County provided some written comments, and actually the Montana Department of Transportation provided some written comments. And we will get those to you before the next meeting. We'll include as many as we can in the packet, but we will continue to take input from the public up to the meeting itself, where you can have when you have the public hearing. So I think we've done a very good complete process. We've certainly went above and beyond the state requirements for what we had to do for a growth policy. And I think that speaks well to the city and its boards. The planning board in this case has put in a huge amount of effort to make sure that this reflects community values. So Matthew, I will turn it over to you for your staff report, and then we will turn it back to the commission.
Good evening, commissioners. So I have provided you with a staff report here. I'm going to go through that pretty quickly and then just touch on some of the points in the executive summary, which is attachment 1 of your staff report, and I will cover a bit of the resolutions as they are a little bit different under state law for this item. We have given you 2 options for resolutions today, and there are actually 3 under state law. I will cover those in a bit. So as Mike noted, we have been working on the growth policy for a significant amount of time now. The process began in 2019. We hired a consultant to lead the process, being Burton Planning Services. At that point, several public meetings, working sessions, surveys, and community input opportunities were undertaken in preparation of the original draft. That draft was released in the fall, around September. And at that time, we began the planning board process of taking community input, and we also asked for input from all of the city boards and commissions. Those have been added to the growth policy in Appendix B for posterity, just so we make sure as we move forward with the items in the growth policy that those board and commission comments are taken into account while we do that. Through that public comment process in the fall and the general overview of the whole growth policy, 4 general themes really rose to the top in that process, being focused on infill rather than outward growth. Housing is a vital need in the community. We want to focus on downtown as both the commercial center and the core of the community. and to protect the unique natural environment we have here, as noted in the last item, specifically the river as the centerpiece of that natural environment. In November, the planning board did indicate that they were going to make a recommendation to the city commission, basically what we're doing today, stating that they did not believe the growth policy was ready to be adopted. At that time, staff took a complete review of the growth policy and had further discussions with the planning board. After discussing with the planning board, state law, and their options, they decided to do a thorough chapter by chapter review of the growth policy. That has been occurring since January and was completed in April with a final recommendation to the city commission from the planning board to adopt the growth policy with their proposed changes. And you have been provided both a clean copy and a strike through underlined copy of the growth policy, which includes all of the planning board's proposed changes. There are some requirements of state statute that planning board makes a recommendation to you that meeting is noticed. And there's a whole list of items that need to be included in the growth policy under state law. I do not have any concerns that our growth policy meets those requirements. As Mike noted, it is very thorough. It covers a lot of ground and it definitely meets the state statutory requirements. Planning board has made that recommendation. You have been provided a resolution that has been signed by the chair of the planning board. So that meeting and that recommendation has happened and that meeting was noticed. So what your process is today, there are basically 3 options for you to take today. Basically, you can adopt the growth policy or intend to adopt the growth policy as is, intend to adopt it with changes, or intend to not adopt the growth policy. You have been provided draft resolutions of adoption and adoption with changes. So basically what that means is if you choose to adopt a resolution today stating that you would like to adopt the growth policy as is, the expectation will be that at the next meeting, there will be no changes to the growth policy and it will be, the resolution will be signed to adopt the growth policy as you are presented it today. With changes obviously allows you to hold either more meetings or to make changes at this meeting and the next meeting and sign a resolution based on those changes. And obviously not adopting it would be saying you're going to intend to deny the growth policy and not adopt it. As Mike noted, the planning board process was long, generally twice a month, 4.5-hour meetings. There was a huge amount of public input. I think the estimated number of written comments, including surveys, is about 1,400 at this point, which is quite large for a town of our size. I think the planning board has done an excellent job of taking into account public comment, discussing it amongst themselves and making recommended changes based on that public comment. I think this document is very thorough. It does an excellent job of reflecting the needs and desires of the community, and it also gives staff an excellent foundation to build on in the future and move forward in implementing some of these recommendations and making sure our community continues to look and feel in the way that the community wants it to as we grow. So staff is recommending approval today. And I do know that several members of the planning board are here, and I do respectfully ask that you allow them a chance to speak if they so wish. I'm going to very quickly run through a few things in the executive summary. Just for a little bit more background, what is a growth policy? Basically, it's our foundational document for all planning in the city, specifically regarding land use and development and infrastructure. So you'll see there's many goals, objectives, and strategies in there that lay out a path to the city changing or staying the same in the way that the public has recognized that we want to as we grow. We have had a huge amount of community input. As I noted, there was a survey that had themes identifying what was most important to the community's vision of what our character is, which was a friendly, laid-back atmosphere, the surrounding natural environment, and the look and feel of downtown. Those overarching themes were again refined into the 4 themes that we say are the overarching themes for the growth policy. Again, those are infill development, housing is an immediate need, focus on downtown as the center of our community, and make sure we protect our natural environment. And that is really all I have for the staff report. I am happy to answer any questions. And again, I do ask that planning board members are allowed to speak if they so wish.
Can I ask a clarifying question to Matthew before we open it to other planning board members? We'd love to hear from you. So Matthew, say your recommendation again? Staff recommendation?
Staff is recommending adoption of the growth policy. Staff does believe that the planning board process was incredibly thorough, went above and beyond all requirements of state law, and really was very responsive to the public. We took hours of public input, hundreds of pieces of written comments. The planning board made it very clear through their discussions in their public meetings that they had all read and considered all of the public comment. And much of that public comment was discussed, and many changes were made to the staff draft that was provided to the planning board in November in response to those public comments. Staff is not suggesting any changes to the recommended draft that has been provided to you today, which includes all of the planning board comments. The only changes staff has made to those planning board recommendations is some typographical corrections. But other than that, the growth policy draft you have been provided is identical to the recommendations that the planning board has made.
So you're saying as is right now? I mean,
I will leave that up to the commissioners. Staff believes that as is, this is an extraordinary document, and staff has no issue with it being adopted as is and is not proposing any changes to that document.
all right, thank you, Matthew.
Can I piggyback off that, Chair Hoagland, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Matthew, that was my question too, is I saw the adopt versus the adopt with revisions. And I just want to make sure when we're talking about adopting, we're talking about adopting the revised draft, not the draft from last fall, but the one, okay. And then, thank you, because that would be a very different document. And as far as Matthew making some small changes, I just want to say that that was one thing the planning board was asking him to do throughout the process, was to make it more readable and to fix the minor things like grammar or numbering or readability, without wanting to micromanage every dotted I and crossed T. So that's very consistent with our process so far. So I just wanted to make sure to say that so that you all know he's not doing anything that he hasn't been doing for the last few months.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Other planning board members want to speak on the job at hand?
Chair Hoagland, this is Jessie Wilcox. I'm happy
Go
to
ahead, Jessie.
speak if it's okay. Thank you. I just want to first off say thank you very much to the commission for allowing us to have the time and the extension to work on the growth policy. It was truly a pleasure to work with our planning board and our community and city staff on the process. Despite the fact that it was many, many late nights, I think that I can agree with Matthew that the document that you have before you is truly a document of the community. And I guess I speak for myself as a member of the planning board, truly appreciate all the work, not only that the planning board put into this process, but also the community members who spent just as many hours maybe as we did reviewing this. So I appreciate the time that we had to do it. I'm proud of the efforts that we made, and I'm very proud that we made it in the timeline that we were given and had this sort of completed and wrapped up by April 21st. And I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessie. Any other planning board members? And then we have some hands up.
Tori's a
Tori.
planning board member.
Tori, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tori Lyons. I'm a member of the planning board. I prepared a statement of my support of the growth policy and urging you all to adopt it. Many factors have led to rapid growth in our region and have been further exacerbated by the pandemic. And these patterns will likely continue even as the world returns to normal. Livingston has seen an increase in residents and in turn, real estate prices and development pressure. While many are rightfully concerned about the current and future growth, there are many tools that the city can use to plan for a better future. As a member of the planning board, I had the pleasure of participating in the process of developing a forward-thinking growth policy that, if adopted, will help the city to direct growth in a manner that's consistent with the desires of the community. Throughout the process, we heard from countless residents that they wanted Livingston to grow in a way that protected the surrounding open spaces, focused growth within the city, and excuse me, lost my spot. Focused growth within the city and directed resources to existing neighborhoods. The growth policy that you're considering today offers goals, objectives, and strategies to achieve such targeted growth. Another sentiment that was made clear through the input of the public was a sincere fear of what Livingston might become without a plan for a stronger future. One need not look far to find an example of what unbridled suburban sprawl resembles. A sprawling Livingston will mean more congestion, a degraded natural environment, less wildlife, increased spending on infrastructure, as we've talked about in today's meeting, and subsequent higher taxes, and a loss of character, of the character that we all hold dear. Again, the growth policy is a step in the direction of avoiding those outcomes. If the City Commission has the foresight to adopt the proposed growth policy, it will validate the efforts of the community to plan for a stronger future. However, as you're aware, the growth policy is not a regulatory document, and further steps will be required of the Commission to ensure that Livingston grows in a way that reflects the will of its citizens. Some important steps include updating the zoning ordinance to reflect the goals, objectives, and strategies from the growth policy, updating the zoning map in a way that accords with the future land use map, also from the growth policy, and improving subdivision regulations and the subdivision review process. Accomplishing these steps will allow Livingston to take the robust visioning process that culminated in the growth policy and transfer that vision into regulation and policy that will direct growth in a way that honors the wishes of the community. Thank you for considering adopting the growth policy, as it's an excellent document that should guide the Commission as it works to implement the shared vision of Livingston's citizens. And that's all I have to say, and I yield. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tori. Thanks for being part of the planning board.
It's my pleasure.
And then let's see.
I saw Stacy and Shannon on too earlier.
Yeah, I got it. I'm trying
Okay,
to
good.
get through the chat.
I wasn't sure if you knew all our board members, sorry.
So let's move on. And then before public, so we need Stacy, Shannon, and then we have Jean. Okay, then we'll move into public. I think that's everyone, right, from the planning board?
Jean's not on the planning board, but she attends meetings regularly.
Yeah, so she'd be our first public. And then so we have two more. Am I missing anyone from the planning board? So
I'll double
Stacy?
check. I can
Okay,
double check.
Stacy, and then who else? Who did I just say? I'm sorry.
Shannon's on our planning board.
Shannon, yes. Okay, there's so many people on here. It is hard to tell what. So we'd love to hear from Stacy and Shannon, and then move it to Jean.
I just want to thank my fellow planning board members for being part of the process, and that I think I learned a lot, and it was certainly educational. And I don't know, I don't have anything in addition to what's already been said, so I'll just conclude with that.
Thank you, Stacy. And Shannon.
All right, good evening, fellow commissioners. I just want to reiterate what, well, Stacy, and I know Commissioner Newts will say this, but I mean, the effort that went into the growth policy as presented this evening was extraordinary. A lot of hard work, dedication, commitment. We had a lot of really tough conversations. Certainly want to give a shout out to the public participation, as Matthew alluded to earlier, was incredible, and the amount of effort, I'm just super pleased with the final product. We got, in my opinion, in the weeds, probably a lot more than we should have, but that resulted in some very good conversations that I think led this document to truly represent the desires of the Livingston community. I will say, and I didn't hear this yet, but I do want to let the commission know that this is a living document, and there may be comments. And I think with the caliber of the planning board that we have and how well we work together, if there are things that come up in the near future, we will be more than happy to look at those and ultimately provide a recommendation to amend this document. But I couldn't be more pleased with the final version that's presented to you this evening. And I yield.
Great, thank you, Shannon. So let's move it on to public.
Chair, if I may, very quickly, we just had our county representative of the planning board come online, and I would like to give her a chance to speak if she does wish to do so.
Yes, thank you, Matthew. Apologies, I was on the phone and did not know how to raise my hand via phone. I am the county rep on the planning board, and I just wanted to jump in and echo my fellow board members' sentiments, and also just iterate that it was in such an inclusive process. The members heard the voice of the county and public input from the county, and so I just wanted to make that heard. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you for being the county rep. All right, so I think we got through all the members. Let's move on to, I think, Jean. Jean was up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
All
go
right.
ahead.
Well, first up, wow. I am Jean Keffler, a co-founder of Friends of Park County. My address is 1010 Swingley Road. My husband and I also own a home in Livingston. I have to begin by echoing how impressed and gratified we in Friends of Park County are by the quality of the document now before you. However, I do want to forgive our quest for perfection, to make a suggestion for how to make this very good document even better. At the last planning board meeting, there was a last-minute discussion just before the meeting adjourned, and perhaps some lingering concerns related to the subject of public facilities, very much a subject that you all have been discussing tonight. If I am not mistaken, Commissioner Newts and Planning Board member Stacy Jovic both wanted to be sure that various public facilities plans, transportation, water, sewers, and so forth, would be consistent with the growth policy. We, Friends of Park County, would like to underscore that concern. Obviously, the commission discussion tonight has already underscored the concern in your discussion of tonight's earlier topic. So I need address that no further. Now, Friends of Park County wanted to use our limited time tonight to focus on the growth policy. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't take this opportunity to point out that when the county commission considered the matter of city annexation of the streets in the resolution you discussed earlier, Friends of Park County testified in favor of the city annexation proposal. In closing, I am optimistic that this is a growth policy that will be implemented. Not only because it has strong and widespread public support, but because the commission discussion tonight is already reinforcing its core themes. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jean, and thank you for speaking for the Friends of Park County. I think we have next, Steve.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Steve Potenberg. I live at 518 South 12th Street in Livingston and have for over 30 years. City staff and the planning board have done great work in revising the draft proposed growth policy to focus on infill housing, redevelopment, and compact growth, and they should be congratulated for that work. One of the most important changes the board made was to revise the future land use map for the extraterritorial jurisdiction, the so-called ETJ, the donut, the 2-mile belt around the city, by replacing thousands of acres designated for very low residential development, which is 1/2 and 1 acre suburban style lots, with a designation of pastoral or open space. Unfortunately, that still leaves hundreds of acres of land outside the city limits designated as suitable for urban or city type development. If you look at the future land use map on page 21 of Appendix A, the map for the ETJ, you'll see a lot of land colored pink, yellow, red, purple, and a bit of tan. What do those colors mean? The pink is mixed use. The yellow is medium density residential. The red is neighborhood commercial. The purple is industrial. The bit of tan on 9th Street Island is the remaining very low residential density. What can be built in those colored areas? Outside the city limits, but inside the ETJ? The answer is large-scale retail businesses, lodging and offices, restaurants, 4,000 square foot single-family home lots, townhouses, factories, even a power plant. The city's annexed a lot of land in the past 20 years, and in fact, more than enough to accommodate decades of growth. If we're serious about a compact growth strategy, as I believe we should be, why would we want to have hundreds of acres of land outside the city limits designated for exactly the same kind of development we're planning for inside the city limits? In fact, what does the term city limits even mean if we have city development outside those limits? Please change those land use designations to keep those rural lands exactly what they are, which is rural, and do not keep them open to sprawling development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Steve. I think next we have Friends of Park County. I know you had the hand up, and I think, is it Frank or is it Ken?
It's Ken. Thank you.
Ken, go ahead.
I'm sorry for the name, but we're having a webinar tomorrow. For technical reasons, I'm Friends of Park County tonight. So I am Ken Cochran. I am also a co-founder of Friends of Park County. My address is 60 Majestic Ridge Trail, Montana. Friends of Park County is very happy with the great progress that was made by the planning board in improving the draft growth policy. Kudos to the planning board members and all the citizens who participated in that process. We are offering a few more suggestions for the City Commission, mostly along the lines of increasing the internal consistency of the growth policy with the basic theme of compact growth that Matthew emphasized in his introductory remarks. As of today, Livingston is unusual among cities in Montana along I-90 in that its interest-free rate interchanges remain largely uncluttered with commercial sprawl. The existing print for less buildings and other Western interest businesses remain modest and unobtrusive. The eastern entrance to Livingston currently is even less developed. The entrances to Livingston from I-90 is nothing like what we see in other cities, which you can see in the illustrations in our written testimony, which is contained in your agenda packet. But to keep it that way, we need to change the land use designations in the draft growth policy and relating zoning
which will protect those existing entrances. The current land use designation and related zoning authorizes about 100 acres of commercial glop to become what residents and visitors experience as the western and eastern entrances to Livingston. 100 acres is about 2 times as large as downtown Livingston. Commercial sprawl at the western and eastern I-90 interchanges will also come at the expense of existing businesses, including those in our central downtown core area. To really achieve a traditional compact growth pattern, you need to focus on commercial development downtown and not allow it to sprawl to the edge of the cities. Thank you for your consideration of all 5 of the modifications Friends of Park County are suggesting for your adoption with changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I think
I yield.
next. Oh, thank you. I see a lot of people here. Why don't we move to Frank and then Anne and then Leslie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Frank Schroeder, Chair of the Friends of Park County. My address is 477 Mill Creek Road in Prey. And as you've heard, Friends of Park County has been an active participant in the Planning Board's consideration of the city's growth policy since November. Since that time, we've presented more than 100 pages of written comments and suggestions for specific improvements to the draft. And again, as my colleagues have said, we have been mightily impressed and gratified by the way our comments and suggestions and those of others have been given serious consideration by the Planning Board. Nothing stimulates more and better citizen participation like a show of respect and actual consideration of recommendations, even if not all the suggestions are adopted. As a result of these comments and its own insights, the Planning Board has transformed the draft. It has been transformed from a policy that would have allowed Livingston to be submerged by sprawl into a document that, if properly and promptly implemented, will, for the most part, continue to maintain the city's character and its setting in a rural landscape of farming, ranching, and natural open spaces. I say for the most part because there are still some final changes needed to complete the transformation of the draft growth policy in something that will protect both the city's character and its pastoral setting. As we noted in our written testimony, the future land use map still shows hundreds of acres of land designated for urban types of uses, for residential development at densities from 3 to 19 homes per acre, commercial development, mixed use development, and industrial uses. These land use designations were designed for the city of Livingston, not the rural land outside the city. These designations would be implemented by zoning that would authorize motels, convenience and big box stores, office buildings, and so on. That kind of development belongs inside the city limits, not outside. We think this is the most important revision needed to the otherwise admirable improvements made by the Planning Board. As you can see from our written testimony, it would take just a few words and 3 sentences to translate these urban land use designations into rural residential, rural commercial, and rural industrial land use designations appropriate for rural lands. To repeat what Ken said, thank you for your consideration of all 5 of the modifications Friends of Park County are suggesting for your adoption with changes. And thanks again to the Planning Board for what you did, and good luck to the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next we have Anne, and then Leslie, Wendy, and Michelle. How about that?
Okay, unmute. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Ann Donahoe. My address is 477 Mill Creek Road, and I'm an enthusiastic supporter of Friends of Park County, and do appreciate the planning group being as responsive as they were to all the various comments that have been given over the months. My comments tonight have to do with our wonderful Yellowstone River, which has been discussed oftentimes in your meeting this evening. It's really the city's greatest natural asset. And a wild river flowing through a city is a rare thing in America. As we all know, the Yellowstone is home for fish and is the corridor for a magnificent wildlife in our region. As Livingston and the region grow, there will be more and more pressure for recreational development on the Yellowstone River. We run the risk of loving the Yellowstone to death with more trails and paths and parks and recreation centers and boat ramps. Wildlife in and along the river can be crowded out, and the water quality and the vegetation that shade the river and provide food and shelter for wildlife would be reduced and damaged. The revised draft growth policy has good objectives and strategies contained in Chapter 4 called Natural Resources about protecting water quality and the natural habitat of the Yellowstone River. These include strategy in section 4.2, monitor and discourage development, as well as public uses in environmentally sensitive areas. An objective contained in that same section: protect the riparian corridors to preserve unique wildlife and promote water quality. A strategy we particularly like is to protect the Yellowstone River's natural flow and flood cycles to promote the health of the riparian area and associated wildlife. However, in Chapter 6, titled Economy, there is a contradictory strategy, and I will read it. Explore strategy 6.2.1, explore improved access to the Yellowstone River recreation, such as riverfront parks, boat ramps, and islands, while respecting and protecting the natural environment. We can help protect the Yellowstone River by deleting this strategy or by replacing the words explore improved access with maintain existing access. We hope you will consider this suggestion, and thank you very much for your time today and your public service. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Next, Leslie, then Wendy Michelle.
Hi, thank you very much tonight for listening to all of us. I am Leslie Feigl, the Livingston Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, but I am also at 166 Miller Drive, and I am a county resident, and I work within the city limits. And I'm going to speak to you tonight in working with, through the numerous hours, I didn't miss a meeting, with the Friends of Park County, a wonderful group that is very passionate about the extraterrestrial jurisdiction, and which has been renamed future land use. So as you can see, sometimes also called the donut, after it was renamed, it didn't really make too much of a difference because it still means the same thing. And it can be a threat to some with being included with this future growth map. And the reason I want to explain what I said by that. So I cherish living in the county, and as a county resident, if I didn't have this job, I wouldn't know what is in the city's growth policy. We had a commissioner tonight make a comment that they heard from the community saying they wanted to grow into the ETJ zone or to grow out. However, the county residents do not have the knowledge, until we started sharing it, that the ETJ zone included them. This is something that, in speaking with the county commissioners, that they should have notified the county residents that they were within this zone. There is a piece to this that is completely missing. And the planning board made some big changes, which were wonderful. And we really came together and looked at some of the potentials for some of the areas that still need some work. And that's where they can chop it up into 1 acre or suburban style lots, just the ideals. Again, we understand that the future growth policy is just a direction. But when you are a developer and you look at somebody else's direction, you're like, wow, there's an opportunity right there. So by having the ETJ zone or the, again, future land use map, part of this growth policy with this zone around it, this is, potential for us to be included and in a very negative way for our lifestyle. And this will turn the countryside into sprawling subdivisions and other kinds of development. And I know personally where I live, 89 South, we do not want that. One of the commissioners, again tonight, also made mention that the city and the county were working together on this ETJ zone, but I would like to definitely see more about it, or simply please focus the development on the inside of the city limits and leave the Livingston County as it is, or simply remove this part if it's possible to remove this off of the map. I mean, that would be a wonderful plan until the county and the community can come together and understand this zone better. I thank you for listening to me tonight in the last 21 seconds. I had another part, but if we move forward, I am asking please to adopt with changes possible, because this is going to require a lot more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. And next we have Wendy.
Hi, I'm Wendy Riley, and I live at 145 Hercules Road in Emigrant. I'm board co-chair of County Environmental Council, but I'm speaking for myself tonight. Although I live in the county, I eat, shop, attend cultural events, and recreate in Livingston, and bring out-of-town guests into Livingston to do the same. Also, what happens in the city is interdependent with what happens in the county. So the city growth policy is very important to me. As such, I participated in this planning board process. I want to give a huge shout out to the planning board for the excellent process it led in developing this proposed growth policy. Tonight, the commissioners have an opportunity to be leaders in shaping the future of this city. As I see it, you have two choices. You can fall in the trap of so many other cities across this country who have the best intentions, but unknowingly make decisions which reduce the vibrancy of their towns by spreading outward, degrading the city core, reducing affordable housing, and costing the cities more in the long run. Or you can choose to respond to your constituents' input and be forward thinking in how you approach planning and development for Livingston, which includes focusing on improving what you currently have and strengthening and enhancing around the historical center, resulting in a place that is sustainable to manage, appeals to our residents and visitors, and attracts future generations to live here. I strongly encourage you to approve the proposed growth policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. We have Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Hoagland. My name is Michelle Ubaraga, and I live at 711 Locke Blair Drive here in Livingston, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Park County Environmental Council. So my comments tonight are on behalf of PCEC. We have over 2,500 supporters and members in this community. We've been around for 30 years, and many of our members participated and were commenters throughout the process. So I first want to start by thanking you, the City Commission, for understanding the importance of this document and listening to the public comment. And I want to reiterate, this has been a long process, which started with you realizing the need to update this document. So thank you so much for engaging in this process now several years ago and investing in this really important effort. I think that the significant public engagement on this policy demonstrates that how and where we grow is very important to Livingston and Park County residents. Our community has seen unprecedented growth and change in the past year, and this update is timely and important. I'm disappointed that we have to have this conversation in a very packed agenda because of the significant public engagement and the process. It would be nice to have had a dedicated meeting, but here we are, and we understand you have a lot of issues to take care of for our community. So on behalf of PCEC, I want to say that we are really, really proud of this document, proud of the public participation and the planning board's months of work reviewing and listening to public comment and implementing the comment into the document. The document has dramatically improved thanks to everyone's hard work. PCEC has submitted detailed comments over the past year and a half and participated during all the planning board meetings. So to simplify your work today, we decided not to submit additional written comments, but instead want to endorse the comments submitted by the Friends of Park County, which we believe are simple, clear recommendations and reflect the comments we've heard from the community over the past year and a half. And we want to urge you to incorporate their recommendations in a final draft if possible. We hope that you can balance the need making a few changes with passing this growth policy so that we can get to work. The final point I want to make is that this is just a first step. The community really came together to chart a shared vision and how the commission needs to start planning for this. Now what we need to do is start planning for implementation. It's a visionary document with broad support in our community. We understand that it's going to be a lot of work to implement, but urge that the commission prioritize implementation in your strategic planning, in your budgeting, and in your conversations. We believe that you can lean hard on your board for guiding you in next steps. You have excellent, smart, and effective leaders on community boards that are ready to roll up their sleeves and get to work. You have an eager community ready to help, and it's going to take time, money, and energy, but we think it's worth it, urgent, and timely. So thank you so much for everything, and we hope that we can continue to move forward together.
Thank you, Michelle. Let's next have Walt, then Tom, Barb, Patricia. Sorry if I'm getting you out of, the line, but it was hard to follow. So next is Walt. Go ahead.
Hi, folks. First, I would like to thank the commissioners, the planning board, the support staff. The way I see it, only people that are incredibly passionate about our town. And
Walt, can I ask you to state your full name and address first?
Sorry, of course.
That's all right.
Walt Weissman, 173 Mill Creek, East 4th, Livingston. So only people that are passionate about our town and our county could do the great work that you folks are doing, and we all owe you guys a lot. First, a general comment. In our growth plan, we have a number plugged in that estimates what we expect the growth to be. I believe that number has a pretty wide error margin. I think Bozeman found that out, and I think we could find that out. And so I encourage you to continue to move as you have, carefully, but with a sense of urgency. If you're not in front of this, you're behind it. And if you're behind it, the odds of ever getting in front of it again, I believe, are remote. I want to focus on only one thing, and that's to second a comment made by a couple of others concerning commercial sprawl. Towns that lie next to interstates, when you're traveling by them and stopping, they all look about the same to me. I consider them sort of fungible. You know the names of the restaurants, the fast food, the gas stations, the big boxes. These become walls that lock off wonderful communities. And I can't think of a town that is any more wonderful than Livingston. And to let a fence of those kinds of businesses, take the blood out of our small town and the money, I think we're cheating ourselves. We're cheating the folks that work in our restaurants, that work in our galleries, that make our town accessible in the nicest kind of way. And that means zoning in such a way that there are handsome, attractive corridors that lead people into our community so that they can enjoy them in the same way that we do. And it encourages the right kind of growth. It attracts the right kind of people that will come and join us in our town as we grow. So I very much appreciate the plan that's before you. I recommend the few small changes that have been discussed tonight to make it even stronger than it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Walt. Next we have Tom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Tom Blue Rock. I live at 110.5 South Main Street in Livingston, downtown. And I've had a residence here for over 30 years, or close to 30 years, and recently moved to the middle of downtown. I'm an architect who's always promoted sort of community activity, and it's been interesting to watch your process. And 2 years ago, I renovated a building on Main Street, renovated it into renewed commercial space, renovated a derelict space upstairs and moved into it. Now I'm doing the same thing over on 2nd Street in the old J.C. Penney, formerly Bailey's Warehouse building, hoping to sort of add more life to the downtown, which has enough life in it already. I echo the kudos that's been given to the Planning Commission. You guys have done an amazing job transforming a plan into a plan that could have been like any other, to something that really focused on infill downtown and sort of preserving what we love about the place we have. But I'd like to focus a little more in the weeds on commercial development and sort of the numbers and how much we have and how much we're going to need. I mean, currently we have the downtown, which is in a fairly tight area, some sort of highway commercial along Park Street, sort of spreading out to 89 South. And as other people have said, an east and west sort of entrances that are largely unspoiled with a few exceptions. I look at the initial land use plan proposed by the growth policy, and there's a couple of one at the west entrance and one around the hospital, which was almost double the footprint of the existing commercial space in downtown. Then you add the extraterritorial area, and you would have an area that's about 5 or 6 times the existing footprint of downtown commercial space. There is no way that the growth in the city can fill more than a minute portion of that. And what it's going to start to lead to is kind of spot development, a gas station here, a big box there, wherever there's too many opportunities to have commercial sprawl for it not to happen. So in concert with Friends of Park County, and I'm a very good friend of Friends of Park County, if you can say that, is instead of expanding commercial opportunities, we should significantly limit them and make them proportional to the town's actual growth. I think it's arguable that with very little expansion, infill development, much as it can be with residential, can happen within the existing commercial footprint or very close to it. And we should be very careful about expanding that, which would dilute downtown, sort of decentralize commercial activity and really start to erode two of the central tenets of the growth plan, which were about infill development and reinforcing the downtown. So I would say we should redesignate a lot of that commercial space and be very careful about how we do that. Just because of those numbers. If too much land is available, it will naturally create commercial sprawl as well as residential sprawl.
Tom, I'm sorry, you're out of time. I apologize, but you're out of time.
Then I'll quit.
All right. Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, let me see. We next have Barb, and then Patricia, Carrie, Dennis, Tim, Bev, and Myron, I think is everyone. But I'm sure there might be someone left. Go ahead. Barb.
Hi, my name is Barb Oldershaw. I'm at 514 North G Street, but I'm speaking today in my role as the program director at Park County Community Foundation and also as the co-coordinator of the Park County Housing Coalition. I know there's a lot of public interest in this topic, so I plan to keep my comments well below the 4-minute allotment with just a few top line things I wanted to share. The first one, of course, being I join with the other folks in saying I am deeply grateful to the planning board for the amazing job that they did in shepherding this process and enabling such extensive community input. And of course, Matthew Menard was incredibly helpful with that as well. Secondly, I am thrilled to report that several members of our housing working group were also very involved in the public hearings. So that makes me feel really confident about there being a shared knowledge base in terms of the main community issues and concerns. And then thirdly, last but not least, I just want to reiterate that the Community Foundation relaunched the Housing Coalition in December 2019 because we were concerned way back then about the diminished availability of housing. And you don't need me to tell you that since December 2019, the housing situation has gone from bad to worse. So in closing, I just want to, in my professional role, I want to encourage you to adopt this edited version of the Livingston Growth Policy. And when we complete the Housing Action Plan later this year, I encourage you to make the implementation of that plan a high priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Moving on to Patricia. Go ahead. Patricia. Okay, we'll come back, Patricia. Let's move on to Carrie. I think you might be muted or stuck. Carrie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hoagland. My name is Carrie Kale, and I live at 702 East Lewis Street here in Livingston. I just wanted to bring to the Commission's attention, missing from the growth policy is any mention of the work that the planning board and the huge amount of community participation that has happened that I won't go into any further because we've talked about it tonight. So many hours, so many comments. There is mention in the growth policy about the paid consultants work, but not the planning board, the city staff, and the community participation over these last several months. The growth policy is so much better because of all those folks' dedication. It's truly a reflection of what the community wants to see for the future of their city. This community did what it always does when something is important. They showed up. I've seen it before and I know we'll see it again. It's what makes our community so very special. I asked the Commission to adopt the growth policy as it is truly a document that represents this community and consider adding a mention to this incredible work in the document. This document has been referred to as a snapshot in time, and the planning board, staff, and community members need to be included in that photo. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carrie. Next we have Dennis, go ahead. Or Patricia, go ahead, Patricia. Are you ready?
Yeah, I am. Thank you. Patricia Grabo, 204 East Calendar Street, which is kind of significant because I've been in downtown business for 20 years. And I live in the building that my grandfather built in 1908, and he lived here. He was a city commissioner in 1894, and I have been a city commissioner. I have never seen the community pull together as much as it has with this growth policy. I am so proud of that planning board and their intellectual toughness, and Matthew especially. I'm very proud of the job that he did during this entire process. I can't tell you enough. I was the single human being involved in the last growth policy. Isn't that remarkable? And here we had the kind of growth policy that we've ended up with this time. I would like to say a couple things. I would endorse that what the friends of Park County have said. I also endorse what Tom said about the downtown. I think that we should take a couple of things into consideration, and I think that immediate is the word that comes to mind. First of all, the economic driver for the downtown is tourism. Park County took $184 million in last year, or in 2 years ago, in tourist dollars. There are 3 downtown organizations that have been left out of the growth policy. I think we should be included. Livingston Downtown Building Owner and Business Association, of which I've been president for 13 years. The Main Street Program and the Chamber of Commerce are not mentioned. And I think it's really important that the economic driver for the downtown is tourism, and I think that needs to be acknowledged in the growth policy. But more importantly, even now, tonight you will consider the Yellowstone Preserve. I was on the city commission. We spent almost a year talking about this organization. I was a single dissenting commissioner against the Yellowstone Preserve, which violates every single principle of this growth policy. Rustad would take his boat to his house where the 300 homes are planned for the Yellowstone Preserve. If we
Patricia, let's make sure we stay on the growth policy subject and discuss the preserve at that time.
Okay, I am saying immediate. I'm using the word immediate. Thanks. When it comes to this growth policy, because it's really important that we consider friends' issue, Tom's issue, and the economic driver, but then also be sure that when we take this into consideration, that all that incredible intellectual toughness for 4 hours a night by that planning board, which I'm in awe of, is reached fruition, and that we don't ignore what they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Next, we have Dennis.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. My name is Dennis Glick. I live at 411 South Yellowstone Street. It's the house with all the dandelions. The pollinators love me. So I've lived in Livingston for 30 years, and during that time, I've really seen a lot of changes in our town. But, you know, in many ways, Livingston is really a more livable, vibrant community than when I moved here. And the planning board's great improvements to the draft growth policy are just another sign of change for the better, and changes in perspective towards how we accommodate growth without losing what makes Livingston such a really incredible place. And I really want to thank the planning board for their hard work, and as importantly, for their vision. Unfortunately, some things have not changed, and they may actually be getting worse. And falling into that category is flooding of the Yellowstone River, flooding which I have personally witnessed over the past 3 decades. Just last week, I went down to the library to reread newspaper accounts in the Enterprise about these floods. Images of those front page stories above the fold have been included in the written testimony submitted by friends of Park County. And just in case the commission hasn't had a chance to look at those headlines, just a few of them. include, quote, National Guard arrives, most of Livingston near river now close. Quote, a river runs over it. And quote, island cut in two by flood. I don't know how many of you were here during the back-to-back flood years in the 1990s. I think some of you were, but it was a really scary time for all of us that live near the river. Now our weather's becoming more erratic and severe all over the country. Flooding that was once rare is becoming more frequent. Under those circumstances, I would ask the commission, why should the growth policy include a future land use map with a land use designation that could allow dozens of new homes on 9th Street Island? In that map, currently, 9th Street Island is designated as very low density residential, which when you read the definition in the growth policy, this designation allows up to 2 additional homes per acre. And I would also ask the question of what the city commissioners would say to future residents of 9th Street Island if indeed their property was damaged or destroyed by floods, when they ask, why did the city decide to allow all those homes to be built in a FEMA designated floodway? So with that in mind, I would ask that you please give serious consideration to the recommendations from the Friends of Park County to redesignate the island as a flood resilience residential zone, which is described in their written testimony, which we believe will help to protect lives and property from the floods that we know will inevitably come in the future. So thank you for this opportunity, and thank you all for your service to the City Commission. Know that it is deeply appreciated.
Thank you, Dennis. Next we have Tim. Go ahead.
Hey, hi, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Appreciate the opportunity to connect with you. My name's Tim Stevens, and I live at 315 North 3rd Street here in Livingston. And I also have an office at 124 Main Street. So a quick, enjoyable walk to work in the morning. So I just want to echo, I've lived in this town about 30 years and have been a part of a lot of different processes. And this one was the most thorough process I've ever been involved with. And so the planning committee should be thanked and appreciated for that, as well as city staff. And I think what this plan does for you is it shows you in terms of the level of engagement by members of this community. It shows you the mandate and the overall beliefs of the people of this city, where we want to see growth and where we don't want to see growth, and what we should prioritize. So you should feel good about stepping into this one and supporting it, and moving this thing on. You should feel good about looking at the donut area as well, and because this thing's been vetted and it's a mandate. And unfortunately or fortunately, this is the easy part of it. The tough part's going to be when you're having to make individual decisions, like it sounds like later on tonight, that when you're being pressed to say yay or nay to certain ideas that folks have. And I guess what I would ask you to keep in mind as you are looking at those individual decisions down the road here, remember the mandate that the people of this city are giving you with this plan. Remember the spirit of what the people of the city are asking you to carry forward. And remember the models that we're seeing all across the state now of places that are not so fortunate and don't have this engaged of a community, or have been overrun or getting overrun by development. And remember that we collectively all want to see a unique place that's walkable and livable and affordable, and that prioritizes not sprawl. Wouldn't that be interesting? And so just remember the mandate from the folks who have been involved with this process to see, tuning into these planning meetings, over 50 people attending every time is just like unheard of in my experience. So this is a great thing that really reflects the cares and the interests of the people of this community. So Thanks a lot, and I urge you to adopt it with the recommended changes.
Thank you, Tim. I think we have just two more people, and if I've missed anyone, but it's also time for a break. So let's finish up with those last two that I know of. And then we'll come back to the discussion item after our break. But go ahead. We have Bev and then Myron.
Hi, I'm Myron Kovash. Bev's my wife. We live at 11 Willow Drive, Livingston, Montana. My concern is on the growth policy that I've only recently found out about is we live in what they call the pink zone around the city. And you guys have included us in this area as for future possibly annexation into the city. And I know the neighbors in this neighborhood does not want to be included into the city in any sort of way. And I feel the same thing that you're doing to some of the people over there at Arbor Drive in areas there is you're backdooring the people by annexing the street and then later on come in and say, well, now you got to be joining the city if you got a septic failure or something with water or whatever. You're backdooring all these people that are doing this. I take a totally different approach to it than what most of the people that have been coming online talking. Most of the people here, as far as the growth in the city, have never lived in the city or in Livingston, probably as long as I have. I've been here since third grade and I'm 64. So I've been here most of my years. And I've seen the city go a lot of ups and downs with the railroad pulling out, not pulling out. I am taking a totally different stance as far as there should be some growth to the city and it should be designated to the west, some to the south and to the east. And it should be, if it's done and done right, you can have your commercial development and it can be brought in. And yes, the city grows, but it also gets a different tax base. Every day, if you watch traffic leave this city and go to Bozeman to work because there isn't work here. There needs to be something for the local kids that grow up here to be able to find work and live in this city. And right now we don't have that. Most everybody leaves once they graduate school. Very few people stay and live in Park County. I think the growth policy is not done right. I see a lot of people slapping themselves on the back for what they've done, and I disagree with it. There's a lot of people that disagree with the way the growth policy is done. I appreciate the work that people have done and time spent into it. I'm not putting you down for that, but I don't think it included all the people that it should have included, like ourselves and the neighbors who you just automatically threw us into this zone to be put in there.
Great, thank you, Myron. Did Bev want to speak on it?
I just agree with Myron's assessment of this. As being a county resident, I have no reason to look at a city growth policy. However, now I find out I could be in the city, which I don't want to be in the city and never have wanted to be in the city. We live in the county for a reason. I don't want to be in the donut area. I don't want to be and have the possibility of my street being annexed so that you can then annex us. I just don't feel that's a proper way to handle these situations without giving the people in these areas that are in the county that don't have any reason to look at a city growth plan. And then all of a sudden it comes back and say, oh, you're possible in that area. I don't agree with that.
Thank you, Bev. Commissioners, before we move to a break, could we make a motion to extend the meeting?
Oakland, if I may, we do have one more hand up from the public.
Yes, I know. I got it. I'm just trying to get through all these things, but thank you, Matthew.
I'll second Mel.
All right, thank you. So we'll, all in favor, sorry. Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, so this meeting is extended, and yes, we do have one more hand up. Let me see. Could I see the big screen? Faith, take off the timer. Thank you. Sarah, last person, and then we're gonna take a break. All right?
Thanks for taking my last comment. I know we're running late into this meeting. Sarah Stans, 217 South E Street. I just wanted to present my comment in support of adopting the growth policy, and I really do want to honor, and I know it's been said before, just the immense engagement and enthusiasm of paid staff, the volunteers. It's really a co-creation of the document. It's been over several months, and a lot of us, to respect to the last comments, to reduce the expansion, and it is a focus on infill, and it was a lot different from the first drafts. So I really do commend, for where it is at the moment. And so many people have given themselves so much in this process. This policy has really become a community vision and a compass that will help us invest in our biggest asset, which I think is our people. The word people was the most important and utilized word in the growth policy's public engagement process and the initial surveys. And I'd like to just keep our focus on that when we move through the strategies and prioritize those strategies in our timeline. In recent budget discussions, what is often tied to our community requests to improve our quality of life and services are primarily around the hard costs, the money, which is the impact, the sacrifice, the burden of our decisions that have on our general fund and our public tax base. What's discussed less is the long-term impacts that decisions have on our social capital, the long-term economic health. For example, the cost of maintaining and replacing utility and road expansions that continue in perpetuity. Streets become a liability rather than an asset, especially when we're prioritizing infrastructure for vehicles and subdivisions instead of people. And if you know me, I'm a parks and trails advocate as well as an active transportation advocate. So the importance of the growth policy as it is really captures these obstacles. They were wrestled with, they were deliberated, and it really provides a navigating strategy to avoid these common pitfalls of limitless, outdated visions of growth and expansion that we've seen so many other rural towns fall into, and that we have the opportunity to learn from those lessons. And I really think that the planning board and all the public did a really good job going through the grinder on really minute topics. They're important and we all can take this forward. So the value of the social capital is often undervalued in the budget line item, but the social capital really helps us collectively resolve these problems more easily. It was seen as we were deliberating these different issues and wrestling with this. We found a common language. We reduced the cost of everyday business and these social transactions. We allow to see how our fates are interlinked, and it tests our veracity of our own views and enables the flow of information, really facilitating to achieve common goals. And then, of course, recently it helps us to better cope with traumas and fight illness more effectively. These are all the things that social capital isn't taken into a budget line item. And so I just wanted to reiterate, Livingston's built on this and thrives on social capital. Well, you can't buy it, you can build it. You can create redundancy of contact. So building common spaces, a common place for encounters. These are the prerequisites for common conversations, common debate, where we find ourselves here today, right? From my lens on parks and trails and ATC, building more social capital means investing in public infrastructure, parks, safe streets, et cetera, and creating these multiple points and opportunities of communication, and really nurturing a sustained series of community interactions. So social capital is what showed up during the growth policy, and these strategies in the growth policy really help build social capital, and I believe are reflected in that document. So I urge the commission adopt the growth policy with some of the changes, but as we go along, to also really consider the revisions that prioritize strategies.
Sarah, your time is up. I'm sorry. Your time is up. I apologize.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry. Let's take a 5-minute break again, because we are at over our hour and a half time, and we'll be back in 5. Okay, we are back. So I see, it looks like all of our public comment is complete. Commissioners, it's on to us as far as next steps. So Michael, are you still here? I can't. Okay, there you are. All right. Can you clarify, or Matthew, please? I guess Matthew, you said it before, so I'm gonna ask Matthew. Say the possible steps that we can take as far as a motion and accepting or moving it to public hearing, etc. Would you state that again?
Yes. So if you look at page 3 of the staff report, there's a section of state statute in there, 76-1-604, which is entitled Adoption, Revision, or Rejection of a Growth Policy. And it states the governing body shall adopt a resolution of intention to adopt with revisions, or reject the proposed growth policy. So at this meeting, you basically have 3 options, which is to adopt, meaning you adopt with the document that's been provided to you today. That would be an intention to adopt. So basically stating your intent that you will adopt this document as provided today. Adopt a resolution of intention to adopt with revisions, meaning that you would propose revisions prior to the final resolution adopting the growth policy, or a resolution of intention to reject the proposed growth policy, which would indicate that you will adopt a resolution not adopting the growth policy. So those are your 3 options under state law in what you can do with the growth policy at this point.
Thank you, Matthew. And then as far as with revisions, if that was the motion, do all the revisions have to be stated tonight in clear and concise ways for that then to be part of those revisions, to be part of it? Or do we move it to a public hearing and then add those in for that public hearing, or for consideration at that public hearing?
I'm going to pass that one off to the city attorney. I think she can better answer that question than I can.
So let me make sure I understood your question. Do you have to make all of the revisions if you're going to approve as revised tonight? Is that correct?
Right. If we were to move it to a public hearing.
You would need to approve it as revised at the public hearing with all the changes included, but
Okay.
not tonight.
Okay, and then how do we get those changes then adequately added to, or any recommendations? How is that done? So it would be ready for the next go around, or the final go around, I'm hoping.
Through staff.
Okay. And then using the information obtained tonight, various comments by commissioners, etc.
That's up to the commission, yeah.
Okay, I'm
Chair
just trying to
Hoagland.
figure out what we need to actually state to put in there if there is anything that needs to be added, and if it's done by commission or staff or a combination along with public.
Chair Hoagland.
Go ahead.
One thing that might be helpful is if Matthew shared how we handled this process on the planning board.
If I may.
Go ahead.
So basically, with the planning board, if when they made revisions, they voted on each of those revisions. Generally, they gave specific revisions. That's always helpful. If there are revisions that you would like to make that are readability type things, staff can handle that. And generally the process would be that you would vote on the specific revisions for staff to bring, basically bring you a new copy with those revisions shown. Staff would basically go back and work with the consultant to make sure those were worked into the growth policy.
All right, thank you. So, commissioners, thoughts?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Warren.
I'm curious. I'm guessing that the planning board and staff had the Friends of Park County recommendations in front of them and were able to consider them and did not include them for a reason. Could I get an answer from Matthew on if that were the case?
Specifically, the planning board held a meeting which addressed the extraterritorial jurisdiction, including the future land use map of that extraterritorial jurisdiction, which is included in Appendix A of the growth policy. They discussed all of the areas at length, specifically discussed at length and voted on was the 9th Street Island. They did vote to decide, basically to label that as low density residential, if I remember correctly, citing the fact that there's already a significant amount of residential development on the island. Other areas that were specifically discussed are the Voyage property along Highway 10 was specifically discussed, and it was decided to assign that as mixed use. And then the area around Green Acres was specifically discussed, again, to be assigned as mixed use. The rest of the map, other than the area shown as industrial, was changed from very low density to what's now labeled pastoral and open space by the planning board, citing the public's concerns on low density residential sprawl. The large industrial area was also discussed at length by the planning board. And basically in that area, there is a gravel pit complex, and that industrial area contains the existing gravel pit. Many of the areas shown on the future land use map for the extraterritorial jurisdiction that are not shown as open space and pastoral are shown that way because there is existing development in those areas. For example, the 5-acre tracts have significant existing development, and the future land use on the future land use map has been shown to match that, what's existing on the ground, essentially.
Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you, Warren. Melissa, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been restraining myself at meetings over this growth policy, but now I will loosen the reins on myself a little bit and share more with the rest of the commission. I first want to just say how pleased I am that the growth policy is coming back to us in the current form. The draft has been, I think, greatly improved over these 60 or so hours of meetings, all of the written comments provided to the board before every meeting. We'd get them in advance, countless verbal comments in addition, and just really respectful and thoughtful discourse between the board members. I'm extremely grateful to our community who stayed with us on meetings just like tonight. So it's not even just the board, it's these community members that keep showing up and sticking with us throughout every meeting and doing the work between meetings and preparing their comments well in advance of the meeting. It's made a huge difference, and it's gone on week after week after week. The input's been incredible. The patience of the public, just like you're seeing tonight, has been incredible. They're professional comment givers now. I don't know if you noticed how seamless that was, really, with the hands up and people keeping their time, like knowing how much time they have and being thoughtful with their time, and really encouraging of the board sticking with it. This whole process has made me really proud of Livingston, and I want to thank the public who's been continuing to show up for just helping us along the way. I think that this document's a really wonderful reflection of the people in our community. Second, I want to thank the numerous nonprofit groups that have been helping throughout this process. not only have they been giving comment, but I think if we think way back in time, we can remember that this process was initiated by strong support from various nonprofit groups in our community who even helped with some fundraising so that we could get it off the ground. So we really wouldn't be where we are right now if we hadn't had such strong support widespread beyond just local government. And I'm grateful to all the nonprofits who've been sticking with us in Livingston. I think that's how towns our size get things done, is by these kinds of partnerships. Let's see. I really want to thank the folks on the planning board. We often agreed and we often disagreed openly at meetings, but we were always very professional and respectful and collaborative. We did a great job, I think, of moving forward on difficult topics and not getting stuck or bogged down just by one thing. I really want to name them because there's been a lot more people on this board than were here tonight since the beginning of the process, so bear with me. Taya Cromley, Shannon Holmes, Stacy Jovic, Brian Conkle, Tori Lyons, Kate McInerney, Frank O'Connor, Scott Weisbeck, and our current chair, Jesse Wilcox, who has really done an amazing job running these long and difficult meetings and keeping us on track. She has been an outstanding planning board chair during coming into her role as chair during one of the most difficult times on our planning board. So thank you, Jesse, for your leadership. I also want to give a special thanks to Matthew. Matthew also came into his role as our local planning expert at one of the most interesting times in Livingston. Matthew, you have been phenomenal, and our community feels heard by you, and you incorporated their comments and worked with people in the community over and over for hours. You helped keep us on track. You helped explain policy and process. And I just so appreciate this board and your participation in it. You know, we get a lot of negative feedback as commissioners. And I think that people that are watching what's happening at this planning board can see some of the very best of what's happening in Livingston. And that includes the board members, the community, the public, and the staff that are present. So I really want to thank you, Matthew, because you've done so much work, and every single thing that has been changed, you have had to type out and double check and check our notes and check our minutes. For every 60 hours of meetings, I bet you're doing at least that much on the outside of meetings. So thank you. It's an insane hazing into Livingston, I think, coming into it, and you're appreciated, and I'm getting a lot of positive feedback about you. So I want you to know that you are irreplaceable. So there are a couple things that there have been some very specific things brought up tonight, and I do have thoughts on these things. I think some of it will require some clarification, so I'll ask my questions at the end. But first, I want to say that I do think we need to have more conversations about this extra territorial jurisdiction, or the ETJ. And we need to have more conversations about the gateway overlay zones. And we need to have more conversations about the Yellowstone River. I think that there are strategies, and I will have Matthew at the end. He can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I do think we have strategies about all these issues in our growth policy. For example, the Upper Yellowstone River Task Force that the governor funded a while back, there's still, that had never been looked at, as far as I know, by local government. And there was parts of that that were specifically worked on to be information to help local government make decisions based on the fact that we're right adjacent to the Yellowstone River. So that's just one example of a strategy that's in the growth policy that gets at what folks are talking about tonight. Overall, you know, I stand with the planning board's recommendation. I think the people of Livingston have spoken, and it's our job as the commission to deliver. So The things that I think we could use a little bit of clarification on, just based on listening tonight, the biggest thing would be the extraterritorial jurisdiction. That is a very interesting part of the growth policy that we talked at length about, and it's unique because it's not in city limits. And so it's different than other parts of the growth policy. And I would just, Matthew, I don't know if you need a specific question or if you could maybe just explain, you know, more generally how that's different than other parts of the growth policy and how the maps that people are talking about or the decisions about it, you know, whose jurisdiction is that? Why is that in here? Is that enough information? Okay.
I can try, and then if you have additional questions, we can follow up with that.
I think it'll help the commission to understand like the comments we're getting and where this fits with the plan. Thanks, Matthew.
Sure. So just to start basically all the way at the beginning, state statute allows a city of our size to zone 2 miles from city limits. Basically, the intent of this state statute is to allow cities to control things like sprawl and development in the area around the city. To do that, to regulate that area, state statute requires that the city have a specific plan that discusses what we're calling the extraterritorial jurisdiction. A lot of places in Montana, and I know here in the past, have called it the donut. So that's why it's included in the plan. It gives us the option to regulate that area in the future. In my opinion, being able to regulate that area is one of the strongest tools we have in our toolbox in preventing sprawling development, which was one of, as I discussed earlier, the overarching themes of this growth policy. To achieve that, there are many more steps that are suggested in the growth policy. But required first step is to set up a city county planning board to ensure that county residents in the area of the extraterritorial jurisdiction have some representation on our board. Basically, we can't tax without representation and we can't regulate without their representation. Once that occurs, that would allow us to zone the area. There's been a lot of discussion tonight about hundreds of more units, big box development, commercial sprawl. All of those items, setting density, allowed uses, lot sizes, whether or not we're going to even allow subdivision within the extraterritorial jurisdiction, which is a suggestion in the growth policy that we don't allow subdivision prior to annexation into the city, would all be discussed through the process of zoning that area. That has to go through a very public process. Similar to what you've seen with all of the zoning updates, it has to go through, in this case, it would be the city county planning board. It would have several meetings. We would probably do an additional public process that would be similar to a planning process, similar to a growth policy process, to make sure that we're representing what people are wanting to see in that area, as well as what's recommended in the growth policy. I think it's really important that we don't take the future land use map of the extraterritorial jurisdiction out of the context of the rest of the text of that Appendix A, which covers the goals and objectives of the extraterritorial jurisdiction. That the text of that document is very clear that the desire was to not see additional residential development within that area, but rather to maintain the existing agricultural uses as well as some of the existing uses. Some of the areas that are already developed residentially, we don't want to say that that's not an appropriate use for uses that have been there for a really long time. So it is very important to this growth policy because it is such a strong way for the city to encourage and potentially require infill development rather than outward growth. Hopefully that has answered the questions, but I am happy to answer anything more specific.
I think that's great, Matthew. I think it's important for the commission, because we on the board have had so many conversations about this, but the commission, maybe it's been a while. I know some of the commissioners have been on the planning board, but maybe it's been a while. And it's a different process. It's a compatible but different process than other things. And many of these processes involve the zoning commission, which is not the planning board. So So I guess to the other commissioners, I want to say, yes, I agree with the public. We need to have conversations about the things that were brought up tonight. And Matthew, do you confirm that the things that I said are true, that it's in the strategy? We have a lot of these issues are already, okay, thank you, outlined in strategy. So I think the community has made it clear what they want. The people have spoken, and it's our job as the commission to move this document forward so that we can start implementing it. Until we move it forward, we're not going to be able to start taking the next steps. And I think the community wants us to take the next steps. And I think it's clear what they want because they're going to come and tell us. They're going to keep coming. And they've told us tonight what's important to them. So I would like to see this move forward with the revisions from the planning board so that we could adopt it and start implementing it and not wait any longer.
Commissioners, other comments?
Madam Chair,
Yep, go ahead, Quentin.
what's the process for updating growth policy as we go on? It's a 10-year document, living document. You know what? Maybe Matthew can answer this. You know, we do have tools to update, I believe, right? Can you answer that, Matthew?
I can. So let me get to the correct chapter. I believe it's chapter 12, which is the last chapter of the growth policy. Does lay out an update process. And there's a set of criteria for updating the growth policy on specific items. And it also recommends that we reevaluate the growth policy every 3 years. State statute does require us to reevaluate the growth policy every 5 years. I do think it's very important, and I want to reiterate what the commissioner just said and what Shannon said earlier. It is a living document. The commission can choose to amend the growth policy at any time they choose to do so, anytime they please. I would expect the planning board to be heavily involved in making recommendations to the city commission in updating the growth policy. But if we do find that a goal of the growth policy or something on the future land use map has some sort of very negative unintended consequence, or it's going against what we've heard from the community, the commission can very quickly step in and amend the growth policy to make sure that that consequence it does not continue to occur. So I do want to make it very clear that there is a process laid out for amending the growth policy in the growth policy. And it is very much a living document that will be at the discretion of the commission to update and is required to be at least reevaluated by state statute every 5 years.
Thank you, Matthew. That answered my question there. I just want people to that are listening in realize that we do have options. So at this time, that's all I have. Thank you.
Other commissioners?
Yeah, Darrell.
Yep, go ahead, Mel.
Does that have all the parts in it right now that allows us to have this go forward if we vote on it? Is there anything missing that would stop us from doing that?
Matthew?
No, I do believe that, as noted in the staff report, the growth policy meets all the requirements of state statute. We've taken all the steps required by state statute. We've gone well above and beyond the requirements for state statute to adopt a growth policy. They only require one public meeting. As we've discussed a few times, the planning board held about 13 public meetings, so we've gone above and beyond on that side of things. And I have provided you draft resolutions for both intention to adopt and adopt with revisions. And that resolution does include language which makes it very clear that the version you are adopting is the version provided to you by the planning board.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Chair Hoagland?
Go ahead.
This was something brought up, it feels like 100 meetings ago by a former planning board member. Matthew, do you have like an editable, or will you have at the end of this an editable draft So if the commission does decide to make changes, you have a document that you can, without having to go back to the consultant, like a document that you can edit directly as staff.
I would have to look at our contract with the consultant. I wasn't part of that. I would assume that they are going to provide us all the materials for that. Currently, I have a PDF of the full document, which I can convert to a Word document, but I would assume that we will get all of the materials, including templates, to make sure that if we need to, we can update the growth policy and make it look the same and make everything consistent.
I would request that. I know that was something the planning board had brought up initially. It's been a while since that came up, but I know that was something the planning board had talked about, like making sure that we had something we could work with when this was all done, just in case, for the reasons other commissioners just brought up. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else, commissioners, questions, clarifications?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to confirm that that the issues that the Friends of Park County were brought up at meetings and examined, and were not incorporated in the final document. Is that correct?
I can confirm that Friends of Park County have made similar comments several times throughout the process. Those were always passed on to the planning board. The planning board evaluated those comments and made decisions based on all of the public inputs, but they have been considered throughout the process, and the planning board specifically with the future land use map for the extraterritorial jurisdiction specifically voted on items like the 9th Street Island. And in response to Friends of Park County's comments and other comments, changed the vast majority of the extraterritorial jurisdiction future land use designation from very low density residential to pastoral open space, basically in a direct response to requests from Friends of Park County to protect agriculture and not allow rural residential sprawl.
Can I respond to Commissioner Maybe also?
Yeah, go ahead.
Warren, also, I do believe that those items are covered in different strategies. So gateway overlay zones, I think you were talking about that when you were on the planning board before I got here. The Yellowstone River, there are different items and strategies around that, including the task force that I mentioned. As far as the island goes, I think that there might be other regulations at play that supersede us as a city, like different FEMA regulations. I don't know that any building, regardless of what we say, I don't know that any building is allowed on that island. And I think that that might be a decision that's beyond the city of Livingston, that I think there's some other regulations that come into play for unique spaces like the 9th Street Island. I'm not for sure on that, but I'm guessing somebody in the city or county knows how to find that out. And I think it might be beyond any land use map that we have in a growth policy.
Thank you.
I can very quickly discuss the 9th Street Island and the potential build on that if you would like.
Go ahead.
So the majority of the 9th Street Island is in what's called the floodway. Basically, you can't develop anything in the floodway that's going to displace floodwaters. So it's very unlikely that you'll be able to build, especially something like a whole house in the floodway. So a lot of the 9th Street Island is currently undevelopable. There is a strip basically near the bridge where the vast majority of residential structures are on the island that's in the 100-year floodplain, which you can get floodplain permits to build in. Currently, the island's in the county, so there's no zoning regulation on there. The most difficult thing right now with developing in that area on the 9th Street Island would be to get approval to put a septic system in the 100-year floodplain, especially in an island in the middle of the river. I think it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to develop new septic systems out there. So the designation of very low density residential does have a range of 0 to 2 dwelling units per acre. The growth policy makes it very clear in the text that the intention is not everything gets zoned at the top of that range. So I would not find it incompatible with the growth policy to have the 9th Street Island, if it were to be brought into the city, to be zoned for no additional development, because basically when that's what the range for very low density residential is, and that discussion will definitely happen if we move to regulate that area.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments? I just want to make a couple comments. I appreciate all the hard work of our community, in particular, the feedback from the actual citizens. And I know the planning board are citizens, but their hard work is appreciated. The hard work of the city, Matthew. I do wish I had a little more time to look at the final document. I'm going to lay that out. I didn't get it until last Thursday, and then I was gone. But I had been following along. I'd listen to meetings. I'd just listen in and sometimes walk along the dike and listen to the meetings, which is a cool way to hear about planning or growth policy. And I appreciate that we as a commission need to look at this as a whole community approach to an issue. And one of the things, I've said this other times, and I'm gonna say it again, I don't always get what I want, exactly what I want, but at least I get a little bit of what I want. And I look at every issue with the commission and this growth policy as well. There's going to be parts and pieces that, yeah, I'm not 100% sold on. I would like it to change, or we can work through it in a policy or an ordinance way. But I see this as that my biases or our biases as a commission or our wants can't always be exactly in the end what we personally want or need for our community, but we can look at this as a whole picture and a big picture as to what's good for our community. So I appreciate all the hard work again. I do think it's a pretty stellar document. And I do think there's potential for some work, coming up in the near future. I know the planning board's going to meet next week and start this over, right? Because you only have 3 years. Feels like it, like you guys got to just keep going and going on this document because it's that important. But I appreciate where it's at. And I think we need to move forward and adopt as is. That's my thoughts on it. So we are at a place of a motion.
I'm going to make the motion. If
I'll
you're ready.
second it.
I'm going to
Yep.
make the motion. We adopt resolution 4964.
And I'll second. All right. We have a motion from Newts and a second by Hoagland. Roll call, please.
Chair Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
4.
Commissioner Freeman,
4.
Commissioner Maybe,
4.
Commissioner Newts.
Absolutely.
Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. I feel like we need to do like a little bit of, or snaps at least. All right, good job. Let's move on. We only have, I don't know, 8 more items to go through. Moving on to our next resolution, we have resolution 4965, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing the city manager to sign an agreement approving the assignment of development rights in the agreement between Yellowstone Community Partners LLC, Headwaters Walking Horse Ranch LLC, and the City of Livingston to Hart K Land and Cattle Company LLC. Mr. Cardus and or Courtney, I know this has a lot of legal lingo.
I'll introduce real quick, Madam Chair, and then I'll turn it over to Courtney to give you the most of the information. While there's a lot involved in this topic, tonight's issue is fairly simple. If you look on page 95 of your agenda, which should be on the screen, we're really just talking about clause 18 of the agreement for Yellowstone Preserve, which is on what's commonly known as the Hart K Ranch today, or the Rusty Head Ranch if you like the old school way to talk about it. So there exists an agreement and has for 14 years now about development on this piece of property. One piece of that agreement is if it's sold, it needs to be assigned to the new owner by the city commission. And that's what this paragraph 18 talks about. It's that it's the assignment, the agreement is void unless they bring it to the city commission. And so it's being brought in front of the city commission tonight to assign it to the current owner, Hart K Ranch. So this would go from the original developers to the Hart K Ranch. The one thing to note about this is this doesn't give any additional approval. It doesn't change anything about the agreement, just who the agreement is with. And as a note, you can see that here, that in the second sentence, it says, this is approval for the assignment, that such approval may not be withheld unreasonably, but any unapproved assignment is void. So you may ask, what's a reasonable reason to deny an assignment? One would be if the use changed or they were trying to do something different than the original contract allowed. In this case, that's not the case. One would be if we were suspect of the assignee's ability to comply with the agreement. Again, that's not the case in this time. So it will be up to you to discuss, but I will turn it over to Courtney to give you the legal background on it.
Good afternoon or evening, late evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. The assignment at issue tonight is the assignment from Yellowstone Community Partners to the Hart K. This was an assignment agreement that was entered into between the seller and the buyer, and it had not yet come before the City Commission for an approval. They're doing that now, and I will let Mr. Knuschel speak if he is ready to do so, and then answer any questions that you all have.
Yeah, hi, Carl Knuschel. I represent the Hart K. I think Mr. Cardos properly diagnosed and analyzed for you what we're trying to do here tonight. It doesn't add any authority to the Hart K as a recipient of the assignment. And when you read through the agreements, they're really just basically agreeing to come to the planning board with each stage of the development. So, but it is very important to the people that are looking to buy the Hart K Ranch at this time that they have these rights assigned, and we're in order for them to come before the commission later, should they decide to move forward. And I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
All right, commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions first before we move on?
I do.
Go ahead.
So Courtney, you said, sorry, I'm just taking notes. You said it's an agreement between the seller and the buyer. So can you just lay it out for us, the name of the seller and the name of the buyer? I think you said it, but I just want to make sure I get it right.
Certainly. If you will look at the assignment, which starts on page 80, it's the assignment of the development rights by and between Yellowstone Community Partners LLC. And then you say HK LNC, and that's Hart K Land and Cattle Company LLC. And so Yellowstone Community Partners was the holder of the original development right, and they are assigning that right to Hart K, and Hart K is now seeking approval of that assignment.
And when did Hart K buy this property?
In 2012.
Okay. And then, sorry, I didn't catch your last name. Carl, I see on the
Knuschel.
Knuschel. So Mr. Knuschel said the subdivision would come before the planning board.
Well, the way the agreement with the city works is that each phase has to be approved. You've already, I believe, annexed the property and agreed to the basic development. But I think, as I read the agreement, at least every phase comes before the planning board. There are restraints on both sides that have already been agreed to and that cannot be changed without each party's agreement. But it's a development agreement with the city.
So I think my question, Chair Hoagland, is can we get, that's not my understanding of subdivision approval. And so I just want to, if Matthew's available.
So let me get that. Let me clarify that a little bit first. So the preliminary plat was already approved by the city commission. And that approval happened in 2007, along with the phased agreement for the development. So the longer history is that the city annexed this property into the city in 2006 and zoned it and approved the preliminary plat in 2007. And that preliminary plat vested the rights of the property owner in that preliminary plat and the subdivision that was approved.
But each individual phase does not come before the planning board, correct?
That's correct, but only because of the new site development and review policy that has been implemented through the collaboration between Public Works and the Planning Department. And so those reviews now would happen with each phase of that plan through that process, not the planning board.
I don't think they went through the planning board since I've been on the commission, though, even the phases. I think that once the preliminary plat is approved, then the phases go through the staff, I thought. Is that correct?
Correct.
It is.
So there is nothing potentially coming back before the planning board with this particular piece of property, hypothetically. I'm just saying, like if it already went through preliminary plat approval, nothing would come back before the planning board.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Does that sound, am I following also, Matthew? Can you?
There would be one public hearing for the final platting of the property. That goes before the city commission.
Not before the planning board. Okay, I just want to make sure because people in Livingston pay attention to what happens at the planning board if it's not clear.
And the development agreement actually provides for that to happen with each phase. So each phase will have a final plat.
Before the commission.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because it's a detail that I know people on this call are probably paying attention to since they love planning board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm going to go next, Courtney, with a question. Put it into a little more people speak as to why an assignment is necessary, or what is the legality of having an assignment. You're, using that term, and I think we need to have some clarity, just in an easy way, so the public can understand what exactly is happening or could happen. You're muted.
So I will do that. And if you let me know if you think it's in plain enough speech. So an assignment is simply a transfer. And in this case, it's the assignment of the rights in the development agreement, which belong to the original property owner and developer. And so that property owner and developer has assigned those rights to the new property owner, which is Hart K Land and Cattle. So they transfer the rights in the development agreement to the new owner. And now they're asking for the city to approve that transfer of rights to the new owner.
And why would we want to?
Well, there is a vested interest. So that means that they have an interest that has vested, which means that it's not, it's not amorphous. It's a right that they own. And so to deny them that assignment without a very good reason that's based in fact, supportable by the law, would create a situation where they could have damage as a result of our not assigning the rights. Also, we maintain control of how those phases go through within the process by assigning those rights to the new developer. So if we don't assign them, then the plat still exists, but we don't have the right to approve the phases in the development because we didn't approve the assignment of the rights to the new developer.
And then they can't move forward with potentially selling because they're, or a buyer wouldn't want to buy something they have no rights assigned to them.
Well, we've already approved the plat, the preliminary plat, and we, as the commission, a previous commission, agreed to the development agreement. So they get to keep the plat with or without the development agreement. The development agreement allows us to work with them within the terms of that agreement going forward so that there is city oversight of that process within the confines of that development agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Other commissioners?
I have a bunch of questions actually, Darrell, if we're
Go ahead.
to that point. Yeah.
Go.
Okay.
I
Or
said
do
go ahead.
like, I didn't know if you wanted to like do public comment first, or if you wanted to like do
Do you
commissioner.
want, are they clarifying questions?
No,
Or
my
do-
the first questions I asked were clarifying. I have other questions based on what you just said, but I can like hold it till after.
Yeah, let's
public.
open it to public comment then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, any public comment on resolution 4965? Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you. Michelle Ubaraga, 711 Locke Blair Drive. And as I've said before, I serve as Executive Director for Park County Environmental Council. I'm also an attorney. So I want to say, I think this is a very complicated matter. I'm grateful for the opportunity to comment, but I don't believe that the public or the commission has had enough time to evaluate the potential impacts of the public interest and the legality around this decision. It's complicated, and I've got 3 minutes here to say that I don't think it's as simple as assigning rights. I think there's an underlying contractual agreement here that if the commission assigns that to a new landowner, you are kind of ratifying that underlying agreement. And so I would advise that you understand the legal implications of ratifying that underlying agreement. What did they agree to in that underlying agreement? And based on my research, that underlying contract was likely entered into unlawfully by your previous commission, or in violation of the law, let's say. Entered into lawfully, but there's quite a bit in that contract that I think that should give you pause on signing it. And I can kind of go through those, what I think are potentially really risky parts of that contract. And I'll start with that a contract that gives you 15 years violates the Montana Subdivision and Planning Act. That's contrary to the law. And I really would urge you to take a look at the case law related to this issue, including a 2015 decision out of Ravalli County that suggests that it is unlawful for you to enter into contracts for longer than 3 years. I also believe that the contract violates the public's right to participation. That's a constitutional right. I'm concerned that underlying agreement waives parkland dedication requirements which are required under the law, which is also contrary to the public interest and potentially leaves a lot of money on the table for our community. If you waive parkland dedication, which this underlying agreement does, and you reaffirm that here, that's a significant public impact. So given that the agreement was originally signed in 2007, there's a lot of changing circumstances. I don't think it makes sense for the City Commission to move forward without fully understanding the potential impacts for our community, for the public interest, and understanding the law at play here. So I would really urge you to take a hard look and understand whether or not, what are the legal implications, and whether or not you potentially are violating the law by assigning these rights to the new owner. So my request is that to avoid potential conflicts here, that you take a pause and request a legal analysis of this underlying contract and what the implications of your decision are. Because Hart K is a big development, and there are a lot of people that are watching and concerned about what happens there. And so I would just hope and advise that you move cautiously here and think hard about your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next. Let's see. Jesse. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hoagland. I want to start by thanking Michelle for her comments. I also have a lot of concerns about this agenda item. My concerns come certainly from the vast amount of public comment that we have all been discussing this evening from the planning board perspective. The planning board voted to designate that piece of property in the future land use map as open and natural. I realize it is a guiding document. However, that particular piece of property was discussed at length. So developing of that property based on the agenda packet that we have seen seems to sort of contradict what the community is looking for. I also last month was able to attend a Montana MDT city county transportation meeting, and on that agenda, or on the list of projects coming up, was an overpass that was going to be paid for privately on that property. And I'm curious if that overpass was in the original subdivision agreement or plat agreement. And if not, does that come before the planning board, or does that come with public comment? It just seems to me that the community has spoken loudly about contiguous growth and connecting neighborhoods and avoiding sprawl and protecting the Yellowstone River, and that area was specifically of concern for growth. So I just have a lot of questions, and so I appreciate the idea of pausing. I don't understand the legality of the assignment, and so I'm glad that Michelle sort of brought some of that up. But I do think that pausing would be very important to consider for this agenda item. And thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you, Jesse. Patricia, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Michelle, for the specifics of the legality of assigning this. I was on the city commission when we spent 9 months on this particular project. And of course, I've attended most of the planning board meetings and on our current growth policy, and nothing could violate our current growth policy more than this subdivision. In addition, there are many things about that, the proposal that was given for the Yellowstone Preserve. For example, they were going to put $6 million into a line, a sewer line under the Yellowstone River. That was a significant part of that that policy, that agreement, and that's not going to happen. So to carte blanche, allow this thing to even be considered tonight would be, I think, putting the commission and the people of Livingston in jeopardy. I think I agree with Michelle Baraga that we have to look at the legalities of this, and tonight is not the night to do it. I think pause is terribly important, because each of those phases that will come before you, every single phase, and I have them in my mind after 9 months of working with this, violates our current growth policy, as well as there is very little, there's so many significant things in that proposal that simply are not going to happen now. So there's a great disparity. It isn't like it's going to just go the way it was originally assigned. I think it behooves the commission to take time to really look this one over, because this is one dangerous puppy. And I also agree with Jessica Wilcox when she says this is not what this community has said they want. Mr. Rustad used to get in his boat to get to his ranch, which was right on the Yellowstone River, because in the spring that flooded. It, to me, as a dissenting vote in this thing, it was like building a town in the floodplain. It did not make any sense at all to me. This entire development did not make any sense at all to me. It was a $34 million development with 300 houses and commercial spaces, and where the Yellowstone bends. And underneath that, the water goes straight. Of course, the groundwater goes straight. It was a dangerous and bad idea from day one. So it's worth the commission's time to simply pause tonight and not go ahead and even accept this assignment. It all has to be defined, and it has to be looked at legally. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Any other public comment?
Taya has her yellow hand raised.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Taya Cromley. I live at 83 Chapel Road, Wilson, Montana. I want to echo the sentiments of the previous speakers. This is just contradicts what we've been discussing during the growth policy and what the community has provided input regarding, particularly when it comes to protecting the river. I grew up in Billings, and the community that was separated from the river was Lockwood. And to me, this is essentially creating a separate community from Livingston, and sandwiching it between the river and the railroad. Given the railroad difficulties in town as they exist already, it seems like we're asking for more problems. And so I would just ask that the commission takes time to really look into this. I yield.
Thank you, Taya. Any other public comment? Okay, let's move it to commissioners. I definitely have some questions and comments, but Melissa, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Chair Hoagland. I guess I'm curious about something that Chair Wilcox brought up about what she learned at a meeting about an overpass to this potential subdivision. Is there somebody that can explain that? Because I was not at that meeting. And I'm not.
Sure.
What, Michael? You were cutting out.
I said I can explain that if you would allow.
All right, go ahead.
Sure. So there is a potential buyer who's doing due diligence on the property, and to be able to develop it if they bought it, one of the things they were looking at would be access to the property. Obviously, currently it's over a railroad track. We know that's not ideal access. So one of the items they're looking at is, could a overpass be built there, and would the Department of Transportation and MRL agree to it if it could be? So that's part of the developer's due diligence, but it's not anybody that's involved in tonight's action.
So I'm curious if that was part of the original subdivision preliminary plat.
Access to the highway is not part of the plat. The plat's internal to the development. However, there were several railroad crossings that were part of it, and those still exist. I think this would be the developer looking at a better way to access the property than at-grade crossings.
And then another question I have, Chair Hoagland, is, so it sounds like the property, I'm trying to remember all the dates. I might need Courtney's help. The property changed hands in, so the subdivision agreement, like went through the preliminary plat process. It's hard to say preliminary plat, 2007. And then in 2012, the Hart K group purchased the property from the Yellowstone Community Partners, which is no longer, is that right?
They're no longer the owner.
They're no longer the owner. Do they exist as an entity?
Maybe. I didn't investigate that.
Okay, well, I'm asking since there's like a transfer, like they have not been involved in this conversation of transferring rights.
They already transferred their rights.
Okay, they just, okay, so in 2012, they agreed to transfer their rights, but one requirement is it's supposed to come before the city commission for the city to sign off on it, which is what's before us tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
In order for the assignment to be valid, the city has to approve it.
Thanks. It's a lot of dates and to keep in my head. Thank you for your patience, Courtney, because I know you've said it and I appreciate you repeating it. So why did Hart K not do that already? Why didn't they do that back in 2012?
I can't speak to that. You may be able to ask Mr. Knuschel that question if he knows the answer to it, but I wouldn't be privy to the internal workings of the buyers.
I meant to say that more to Chair Hoagland. Sorry, not you. I was asking you about the dates and I didn't mean to sound like I was asking you because obviously you wouldn't know. Sorry about that, Courtney. I didn't mean to make it look like I was asking you that question. But Chair Hoagland, I guess that's one thing I'm curious about is like why, since there's been several years, I'm just wondering why that didn't happen before now. But I don't know. I don't know if there's an answer
Melissa,
to that.
are you asking, sorry, my iPad fell off the stand and I got a little sidetracked. So I think that's a good question for Courtney. Why now?
So Courtney was saying she can't answer that question. When your iPad was falling, that's what she was saying.
Carl, can you answer that? Why would this be, why would someone not, am I asking this correctly, Melissa? Why did the entity not want it previously, but now it's?
Well, there's two prongs to that answer. One is that the present owners really didn't have an intent to develop it. And so it wasn't that important to her. But secondly, it appears as that it was taken to the city at the time and it was just never acted on. The assignment was clear and it was looks like it was delivered to the city sometime in 2012.
Okay, thanks.
I think it's in your archives as well. We got a copy of it from Courtney when she provided me some information.
Okay, thank you. And then, so if I'm understanding correctly, I'm just trying to understand all the moving pieces. If the rights transfer, then it would come before us again for rights to transfer again if the property sells again. Okay, I see Courtney nodding.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm keeping up at this point, so that's a good sign. Okay, so I'm not, let's see, I'm not an attorney. I know that to be true. And I haven't studied case law, but I do read Montana code. I would appreciate it. I don't know if Faith can pull up some code. She's so good at it. It's 76-3-610. So I like to read code when I'm not understanding something, because sometimes it can help clarify things for me. Yep, that's the one. Thank you so much, Faith. You're so quick and nimble. So Courtney, can you help I want to make sure I'm understanding this code correctly. The effect of approval of application and preliminary plat.
Okay, and what is your question?
So can you explain what this means? I just want to make sure I'm interpreting correctly, and I won't say it as eloquently as you.
Okay. So are you talking about you're not asking a specific enough question for me to
Okay,
give you the
I
information that you want.
I can phrase my question better. Thank
Okay.
you. So I'm looking at code 76-3-610.
Mhm.
This first bullet point. And I'm trying to understand what this means. I think what it's saying is that the preliminary plat, when after it's approved,
Mhm.
that approval is good for 3 years. Not more than 3 years and not less than 1 year. So that approval is between 1 and 3 years. And then the end part of that statement has to do with extensions.
Right.
Am I reading that correctly? So it's preliminary plats. The approval is good for between 1 and 3 years. And then there's different ways that timeline can be extended.
In the 2011 code, that is correct.
Okay. So thank you so much, Faith. So all those little dates at the bottom of the code say all the years that this code has been amended. So I went back through time. That makes me sound like a time traveler. I didn't go back through time. I looked at the code through time. And in 2005, it reads the same timeline, the 3 to 1 year. My concern as a commissioner is that what we were voting on expired back in 2010.
May I respond to that?
Well, I was more directing that to Chair Hoagland, so I guess it's up to her.
Oh. I'm sorry.
The chair gets to decide, but that's my concern, Jarrell, is that 3 to 1 year window was in place. And that might've been a mistake. I don't know, because I was not a commissioner at that time. And I don't want to be in a position where we, this current commission, is potentially voting on an expired contract, because that puts us in not a good position for a whole lot of reasons.
Courtney, and I don't know if you want to recommend Carl's giving some feedback on it as well, but I think that's a really good point. Because we're given the reference of this, that this is carrying for how many years? 15. So the agreement is carried for 15 years, but then Montana code annotated seems to be in contradiction to the timeline. So Courtney, can you help explain that?
I'll let Carl answer from his perspective, and then I'll visit with you a little more about that.
Okay, well, the parties being the city and Yellowstone community partners did consider 763610. If you look at the first paragraph on page 3, numbered number 1, they did comply with the second portion of the statute that Commissioner Newts referred to, and they extended it for a period of 15 years.
So Chair Hoagland,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm looking at the code from 2005, and it says that you can extend the approval for no more than 1 calendar year. Except, I mean, this is the thing, Chair, like this is, to me, it looks like I'm not an attorney, and I don't think necessarily we should be like trying to make legal analyses of code and figuring this out at a meeting. This is a complicated topic. The code has changed. The code looks like it's different now than it was at the time. I'm not sure the original contract was following the code. And I think it would be nice if we had some more information before going into a vote. I mean, that's what I'm thinking like right now at 10:17 at night.
Yeah. I mean, I have some concerns that Melissa, before we move forward on that, can I ask a few more questions?
Yeah, of course.
So it's like, I feel like it's a cart before the horse kind of moment. I'm trying to figure out which one is it? And so we all know that in Montana, property rights are like one of the biggest rights that we have. So my question has to do with a bit with what Melissa's saying, with what are, development rights. If there's this contract for 15 years, what are the development rights versus the rights of the city and the community? I know that with the growth policy, there's obviously which one supersedes what, which one has slightly more rights, which entity has more rights in any given part of this. And so I'm trying to, like, if we're doing a big pyramid of rights, where are each entity in this, so that we know that we're doing this correct or making a correct decision based on the pyramid. Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay, so can Carl reference what part he was saying? Again, can he name the page number? I'm sorry, I wasn't fast enough on the iPad.
Yeah, it's page 3.
So what page is that in the
Right at the
agenda? Do you
top.
know?
Oh, I just saw it.
Term of agreement.
I'm looking at the agenda
Page-
pages.
Page 87, page 87.
Thank you. So page 87, okay. So I'm looking at the code, and it says, Chair Hoagland, the approval I'm looking at the code from 2005. It says the approval must be enforced for not more than 3 calendar years or less than 1 calendar year. So that's the same. At the end of this period, the governing body may, at the request of the subdivider, extend its approval for no more than 1 calendar year, except that the governing body may extend its approval for a period of more than 1 year if that approval period is included as a specific condition of a written agreement between the governing body and the subdivider. So this original document didn't go for 3 years and then ask for an extension. They were trying to include the extension, it looks like, in the original document, which is not what the code says. The
But
code says at the end of the agreement, you ask for an extension. And my understanding of planning is that there are reasons for that. There are
were there any
reasons.
other- I don't know if there is a document. This could be an agreement after. This could be the 1 year, 1 year agreement. We don't know that. But on the other hand,
I mean, it's 2007, and if that's when the planning board approved the subdivision preliminary plat, then that was the beginning of the first three to 1 year period.
but then there's a 15-year contract.
But that 15-year contract is in the same resolution, it looks like. It's not in
No.
an additional resolution.
Be
So they would have
careful.
had.
Which page is that on again? I lost. My
So
page.
I'm looking at page 85 is where it looks like this agreement is. And then the agreement goes on to include the 15 years. But my point is that the Montana code at the time said, and this is the part that's problematic for me. The Montana code says that the developer, let me go back so I get it right. The approval must be enforced for not more than 3 years or less than 1 calendar year. At the end of that period, the governing body, at the request of the subdivider, can extend its approval for no more than all the things I already said. So,
But that's the point of my pyramid concept. Courtney, we need to have some clarity and we need to figure out our next steps so we could.
Madam Chair, if I can just
Look-
interject really, really quick.
Can I finish that?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So Courtney, we need to figure out which document supersedes, if Montana code has one statement and our documents are referenced here in this contract that was signed in 2007, which one supersedes the other? So where is it? Are we making a decision on something that, it has a huge gray area that we need more clarity. I feel like I really don't understand this enough, and I don't like how all the ducks are lining up. It just doesn't make sense right now. And there seems to be some problems. And initially when I read through this and asked questions, I had concerns, just trying to make sure that, just because someone wants something doesn't make it the right thing in this moment. So help us line up the ducks.
So let me see if I can give you some linear alignment for your ducks.
Okay.
So the city and the developer entered into this agreement, and there was a great deal of public process around getting to this agreement and the approval of the phased plat that was preliminarily approved. There is a part of Montana code that's also within the planning under 76.3 that talks about there being a 20-year window. Not in this particular statute, but this was done by agreement. So it's not that the agreement supersedes state law. It's the agreement was done in accordance with state law, and that there was a lot of public process at the time that this was agreed to. The fact that public process took place 15 years ago, 14 years ago, does not mean that there is now a reason to have additional public process over a decision that's already been made. I listened to Michelle Uberaga discuss the Ravalli County case, and I've read all 46 pages of that opinion. And I did that before we had our meeting last week. And there is no reason under the agreement that we have to withhold the approval of the assignment to Hart K at this point. The fact that there is a growth policy, which is not yet approved, which has decided that this should be open space and parkland, when it's already been zoned in multiple districts as residential, industrial, and that the only person who has the right to request that that be rezoned is the property owner. The planning board nor the commission has the right to do that absent a request from the property. So because there is a future land use map that includes that as something other than what it already is, which was done in accordance with whatever plans were available at the time, if there was in fact a growth plan, because the ability to have a growth plan didn't come into being until 2006. So as far as the hierarchy of laws, it doesn't change what law is applicable. They're all applicable, but the agreement was not done in violation of the law. The concern that it is outside of that 3-year window is something that was discussed in the River Valley County case, and that was not the deciding factor in that case, because there was an agreement to do something different as contemplated in that second part of 76-3-610.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Sherlyn? Courtney, you referenced
I
a
thought
code in 76-3. What code were you talking about in 76-3, the 20-year window?
Well, let me see if I can pull it up. I don't have it memorized.
Yeah.
And Quentin, go
Yeah,
ahead.
If somebody can pull up 76-3-610 and read it to me, and then I'll understand if there's ambiguity or not. It's clearly stated here in the term of agreement, and that's what I'd like to reference, if that's what Courtney's doing.
I can give you the 2005 code that was in place at the time. Let me do that. I'm gonna share screen here a minute. Can you see that, Quentin?
I said, yeah, now read it to me. No. Okay.
I would be happy to do so if you really want.
Well, no, I'm just wondering, is there, can you tell me by reading this, did they supersede the Montana Code annotated with this agreement?
So if you look at the last part of the first clause, it says, except that the governing body may extend its approval for a period of more than 1 year, if that approval period is included as a specific condition of a written agreement between the governing body and the subdivider according to 76-3-507.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for.
But the part that she didn't say was that it's at the end of the initial agreement is when that's made, the extension.
I'll leave that to the lawyers too.
Well, it says at the end of this period, the governing body may ...
But we're not at the end of this, are we?
The end of the initial period would have been in 2010 then, if the agreement was made in 2007.
But the contract
is
gave it
written for
15 years, so
years.
that's what supersedes the
What's
But
written.
my point is that you're not supposed to, according to that code, it looks like you're not supposed to go beyond 3 years without an extension, and you file for the extension at the end of the 3 years.
Okay, I'll leave that to the legal team on both sides to figure out.
But Courtney, can you explain then why, okay, does the agreement, the contract, then supersede the expected end of 3-year period?
So it can be for any term between 1 and 3 years. And the contract was entered into in the latter part of 2007. And the preliminary plat approval was done either December of 2006 or February of 2007. I don't recall specifically. But this agreement was constructed after that approval process was in place.
Okay. Melissa, what else do you have?
I mean, that's the thing for me, is that if the agreement was gone into at 2007, then there was a 3-year window, well, a 1 to 3 year window. And during the end of that time frame, that's when the extension happens. Not that the extension happens before the 3-year period ends. I want to go back to that code. That was that the 20-year window that was just up? Courtney, do you know? I don't know who's running the screen.
You want the 2005 code back up?
Well, you just had a code up. It was like 76-3-507. It was a different one.
That's 507.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was you or if it was somebody else.
That was me.
So was this the 20-year window that you mentioned?
No,
No,
Oh, okay, it was just something different.
it was the code section referenced in 76-3-610.
Okay, thank you.
So I feel like we need to move forward, but I think there's still some concerns with making sure that we are doing this with all the legal questions answered. So stepwise, are we on how can we move forward? I feel like I need a little more time to understand and really make sure that we're not setting ourselves up in some way. I guess I feel like we need a little more information. I think there's some concerns that have been brought. I'm not saying that this is a,
yeah, but 15 years is,
hold on. But I feel like we need a few more answers before. And so what are next steps to possibly get that? If I know tabling is always a risk, or tabled until meeting 2 weeks from now with clarification on legal ramifications and answers. I don't know. I need some advice as far as steps.
So if you want to table it, you can do that. If you want to have another litigation session to discuss questions, we can certainly do that. You can ask for specific questions to be answered, and I can certainly do that to the best of my ability with regard to case law and the statutes. Your options are fairly wide open.
yeah. Courtney,
Yes, sir.
15 years is written into that paper, isn't it?
It is, and the expiration of that is next year. It's either
Yeah.
September or November of 2020.
Yeah, so there's a commission, can Mr. Canuccio answer that part of the thing? I mean, I saw that when I first read the thing. It very clearly says 15 years from that date, which is coming up. Is that legal? I mean, that's the only thing I'm
not sure I understand the question. Yeah, the agreement with the city ends in 2022.
yeah, right.
And
And
we're really not asking you to ratify what's already been done. We just want the approval to do the assignment, and it
Yeah,
doesn't
no,
prevent you from having other legal action should you choose that is the appropriate way to handle it.
no, I'm asking a question, just the way you stated it. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No,
Okay, that's my point.
we're not asking to extend it either. So,
Okay, yeah. So I don't, that's why I don't understand Melissa's question.
Can I speak to that, Chair Hoagland?
Yeah, go ahead.
My point, Mel, is that when I'm reading the code, a 15-year extension would never have been allowed in the original contract. The maximum time for a contract, according to the code, was 3 years. And at the end of that 3 years, they could come back to the commission and ask for an extension. The original contract, that means, ended in 2010. According to the code, if I'm interpreting the code correctly, after 3 years, that's when they would have asked for an extension. And it sounds like that's not what happened. It sounds like there was never an extension, but instead they wrote the extension into the original agreement.
Yeah.
And that doesn't match what the code says you can do
Well,
at
that's
the
the
time.
point.
And
No,
yeah,
but that's the point. Is it legal or not legal? And you have an attorney there.
right. And that's I think what Chair Hoagland and I are talking to, like, that's the question. Because is it legal or not legal? And it sounds like it's not when I'm reading it, but I don't know.
So let's move forward in one form or another. Making sure that we have a legal, everything is legal on the up and up, following Montana code annotated. How do we move forward to get all that? I think, Courtney, you need to help us spend some time just understanding to make sure, not just understanding, but making sure the city and this agreement and this assignment is what's best for the city. And is it the next step we should take according to blank? Okay, and so how do we get there? Do we put it on for the next agenda, table it for more information to be brought to us regarding the assignment and its legality and its obligations, or the city's interpretation of it and the obligation of the assignment? Okay, and then, or do we put it on for more of a legal update? I don't know. I'm asking that, but I think we need to make a decision right now as a commission to move forward in one way or the other, because we're spinning right now and we're not getting very far. So we've got to move.
So Courtney has done updates for us before, and it's gone in the agenda packet, just like other staff do. And I think that would be great. This code is confusing, clearly, because different ones of commissioners may be understanding it differently. So I would like to see that kind of synopsis on a commission agenda.
Madam Chair.
We already have we already have a lot of meetings, extra meetings beyond commission meetings. And we're running out of days to get all of the things done, to add more executive meetings. And so I want to be really thoughtful about our use of time so we can keep things moving forward and do it in a way that's sustainable as a commission and not keep adding 4 meetings a month or 6 in addition to all the board meetings that we have to attend.
So Melissa's saying put it on a future agenda. So if we could get it onto the next agenda with clarity as to the legality of the assignment and in the cities, whatever. I need some help with language, but Michael, what else were you going to say?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think there's 2 things that we should look at that make sense to me anyway. Obviously, this is a current legal issue, and so I would do it as a closed session. You can do it on a current agenda or a current meeting night, but to get into the legal strategy of how we want to approach this, I think that's a closed item, so we can discuss legal strategy. It doesn't matter what night it's on, but it should be closed. And if you have specific things that you want to know, I don't think Courtney's information is going to change. She's done the research on this already. She's read the case law. She's looked through the different iterations of the law. So I don't think we're going to have new information for you unless there's something specifically you want to know. I think it's really, right now, it's just a disagreement in interpretation of law, which, I mean, that's law. Who, depending on what lawyer's talking, you're going to get a different interpretation. Obviously, Courtney's perspective is for the best of the city, right? Like that, she is the city attorney, so her perspective is what is best for the city of Livingston. All other attorneys will have their own biases and or agendas when they come into this. So that is her point of view when it comes into this. And remember, she is your attorney. So those questions, like if you have questions for her, that is the best way to do it. That's where you're going to get your best information. So I would recommend those two things. If you have specific information you want that's different than what you've already received, we as staff need to know that so we can prepare it. If you just want to go through it again and go through the explanation and the strategy behind it,
We're starting to freeze up.
we can certainly do that. And we can put it on, I think, Courtney, would you say we could put it on any agenda in the future?
Yes.
I think Chair Hoagland froze on us, but.
Michael, what was that last thing you said? You just froze up to me. I couldn't hear you.
I would just say that we could certainly put it on a future agenda. And we could probably put it on the next agenda if you want as a closed section. But just if there's any specific questions other than what you've already been given information about, to please let us know what that is so we can prepare it for you.
Well, I think one of them, Courtney, is that does that Montana code impact this at all and the city's obligations or rights, or is it said, answering that concern from Melissa that she brought up regarding Montana code? I don't think we really clearly stated like kind of that impact because it was just brought up, or the potential impact. And then maybe having a timeline and having real clarity as to what was done when and what are we obligated, and that might be the legal realm that Michael's referring to, but what we're obligated to as a city, because I mean, we always look at things like, oh, there's 5 people and all 5 may want to sue us, or 5 entities, and each group may have beef that they can validate and sue. So I want to make sure that we're all in accordance to the law and according to 15 years of time. So let's put it on. Can we agree then, or does someone want a motion to put it on the agenda so we can move forward?
I'd like to add some comments here. If I can have the floor, give me a chance.
Yeah, go ahead. We just need to move forward. So
I agree. I can't see where an executive session is going to change anything at this point. If we're going to do this, we need to appeal to somebody that's not here on clarifying exactly what the agreement with the Yellowstone Preserve was and what we're trying to do now. With concerns to 76-3-610, we're spinning our wheels here. Unless we can come up with a way to appeal to somebody else or something like that, I'm not quite sure what we're doing here. We're just rehashing over and over until somebody give me a definitive idea of what 76-3-610 says. There's a little bit of ambiguity there. I understand, but how to move forward from this, I don't know. Personally, where was the hue and cry back in 2007 when this, subdivision was being approved? I wasn't involved then either. I don't like it the way it is right now. But I'm also gonna follow the law. I don't want to, as commissioner, put the city in jeopardy to a lawsuit and stuff like that.
Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah. Please do.
I might be able to simplify things a little bit if we condition the assignment on the fact that the contract is still valid. If you do that as a commission, if you say, we agree to assign the rights to the Hart K Ranch if it is deemed the current contract is still valid.
Thank you. I think that
Then that argument can be had later on whether or not the contract is valid. Courtney, is that passable?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that, and they can argue about whether or not 610 has to be read individually, or if it's combined with 617 and 507. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I'm looking for fairness here, and I think
Right.
that's
Because
the way to go.
Right, because we're not really
Yeah,
discussing the
fair enough.
extension tonight, just the assignment. So if we just qualify it and say, if the contract's not valid, then this assignment's not valid. But if the contract is valid, then the assignment is valid.
Yeah.
There we go. That's all we need to do. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Phew.
So Quentin, is that what you're wanting then? And you're making a motion on that? Or Melissa, did you have a different motion?
I mean, I'm not on board with that.
He's not on board with it?
No, I'm not on board on voting on like a bunch of code that was brought up that I don't understand. So I'm not going to vote on something that I don't understand. I need more information. I liked the direction we were going before. I think, Michael, if you say we can have part of the meeting be closed session, if that's what it needs to happen, so we can still stay on the dates we've chosen, that makes sense to me. I don't want to vote conditionally on something that I don't understand. That's just me. And I might be the only one, but that's me. And I'm going to be honest about it.
I do feel the same. I'm unsure enough that I'm uncomfortable assigning something that is literally like a major issue, potential issue. And I mean, a huge development. We know that they have the rights to that plat and it was approved. So that is an issue in itself, or that's something. But understanding like the enormity of a decision, and this one it seems small, but I think it has a big impact. And I want to have more information. So I would like to see it on a future agenda that with clarity, we can detail out. I'm not going to do it tonight before I'm asked every question I have or concern I have over this, because I think I've already stated it, but I'm not going to list it out right now so that we can move forward. I would like it to be moved with legal clarity. If it means if there's some real clarity that has to go into closed session at that meeting, that's fine. But moving it to the next agenda with some answers to these concerns. That's my recommendation.
Chair Hoagland?
Go ahead, Melissa. That was, but I need to ask a question too, but I'll wait.
I just wanted to point out that Michelle Uraga is attempting to weigh in and might have some information that would be helpful.
Yes, I guess, yeah, Carl was able to weigh in as an outside individual. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I am concerned when you're weighing the legality of your decision, and you have the developer's attorney answering those questions. So that's why I did want to keep raising my hand to just let you know that I'm also an attorney and I'm here and I'm happy to answer questions. I really think it's important for you to get this down on paper and in writing to better understand what the city's position is, what the developer's position is, and then to invite comment on that, because I think you might find that the law is quite nuanced. And my interpretation of the underlying contract is that it is unlawful, and that if you assign it, that you are putting the city at risk. And I wanted to say, as far as private property rights are concerned, and that was originally why I raised my hand, was that there's quite clear case law that development rights are not property rights. And that case law is 7up Pete. And I don't think that we should be, you know, as the public attending the meeting, given 3 minutes to comment. That's not the space to make a robust legal argument. But I definitely think that the city, the people in our community, the city, the taxpayers deserve a very thoughtful decision here so that you can protect us from litigation. And I think that that you are vulnerable to litigation here. And so my advice would be to tread very lightly. And it's 11 o'clock at night and a very long meeting, and quite a disservice to you and to the community for us to be debating such a monumental decision at 11 o'clock at night. So I've never seen the clock tick when the developer attorney speaks, FYI. But and I just want to, I'm grateful for this time, incredibly grateful, but I do want to make sure that you are getting input from multiple sides here. And I don't think that that when I don't think that that's necessarily what's happened right now. And I think that if you open it up, you put the legal opinion down on paper and ask people to evaluate it or look for outside input on that, you'll be more educated to make the best decision for our community. And I know that that's what you all intend to do. And I'm happy to answer questions about the law if that's at all helpful.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, so moving forward, this is the last time we move forward on this issue, just saying right now. Melissa, can we just move it?
Yes, but Courtney also wanted specifics, so I want to give her specifics. So
Do
she
we have to
named,
do that right now tonight?
we do if we want it for the next meeting, or she
If
won't
you-
know what.
If you
So-
could type it to her too.
She named like 3 pieces of code, and she talked about a 20-year window. So those are the things I would like to see. If the Montana, what are they called? Like the League of Cities and Towns has a statement on this, or the county people, what is it? The Montana Association of Counties. If either one of those groups, I think that would be like a natural other opinion to help us understand this issue in a broader context of what happens in Montana. That's what I was going to say. I would like to see
Okay.
as a commissioner. I hope
Perfect.
that's specific enough.
And maybe type it in an email as well. That's public as well. All right. So I'll make a motion to put this on a future agenda with questions and clarity on these concerns brought
Madam Chair,
to.
Can I clarify that a second?
Sure.
Because I don't think we want to put this on the agenda. I think you just want to have a legal update. And then we'll put the actual assignment on a different agenda.
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay,
That's
as long as that, yes, as long as that's like Melissa stated, and I agree that we had asked that it not be on an extra night. But put it in as on the day of a commission meeting as a closed legal update.
So we would put the legal update on the next agenda, and then the actual assignment that we're talking about tonight, because that has to be debated in public. That can't be in a closed session.
Right.
So that would go on the next agenda. So it'd be
Okay.
2 agendas for now.
We
So I
could
would
put them
table
on
it.
the same day, I guess, is what we were talking about, having both on the same day, but one being open, one being a legal update, one being the public.
And that would give you time to go through the information you have before you would actually have to vote on it.
All right. Okay, so two then. All right, done. Moving on. Next on our agenda is Resolution 4966, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing the city manager to sign agreements with Eubank Creative for graphic design services for the Livingston Parks and Trails Committee Adopt a Trail Signs project. And can I do an update on this, Michael, since I did get some feedback. I think our numbers in this are incorrect. The contract should be the $1,300. It's $1,300. And I think Jean Marie, if she's still here, would also give a little feedback on it, but I think our numbers were incorrect as far as the contract is concerned.
Madam Chair, I think you should have received an updated email with the correct ones.
Well, I have 0 emails right now, so I'm not able to access my email and haven't for a week, so I'm not a good example of having read that. So Jean Marie, do you want, so we should have an updated contract that had $1,300 so that if public didn't see that email as well. Jean Marie, do you have anything on to add to that?
Madam Chair, Jean Marie Subini, Chair of the Parks and Trails Committee, 212 South 6th Street. Yes, we had a subsequent contract submitted by Eubank Creative. The city manager had raised a question about language in that first contract that mentioned, for example, business cards. We have no intention of developing business cards. So she submitted the second contract that it sounds like you received today, which is for $1,300, and that is for development of the logo and signing. And this signage would be not just Adopt a Trail signs, but also for identifying signs for some of our parks and trails that do not currently have signs. For example, Mars Park or Bitterroot Trail or Reservoir Park when it's developed and so on. So that 5,000 that you initially gave us is for the Eubank Creative signs and actual development of the signs with the logo. And tonight is simply the contract with Eubank Creative for $1,300.
Which also is more like the branding. It's the beginning of the branding of the signage, etc. Okay. Michael, anything else on the contract itself? I didn't hear you.
Nope, nothing else.
All right, thank you. Well, let's open it to public comment. Any public comment on resolution 4966? Okay, no public comment. Commissioners, questions or comments?
I'll speak to it. I'll say something. I think she does great work, and she does the signs, I think, for downtown, doesn't she? The LBID signs that hang up around the holiday season, the shop local. I think she gets our community. She's part of our community, and I think it's going to be exciting to see what Parks and Trails comes up with Megan.
Thank you, Melissa. Any other commissioners? Okay, I just one statement, and I look forward to us moving forward on this, on the branding and the signage. I know I've talked about signage for years with our adopted trails, et cetera, and finding importance in kind of guiding the public as to who and what and names, et cetera. And I look forward to this. All right, anyone else? Okay. Do we have a motion from the commission on resolution 4966?
I move we accept resolution number 4966.
Second,
We have a motion by Maybe and a second by Friedman. Roll call, please.
Chair Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Four.
Commissioner Freeman,
or
Commissioner Maybe,
For,
Commissioner Nudes.
Or
Motion passes. Okay, tonight we have a few action items, quite a few. Our first one is to approve or deny, I guess, applications of Kyra Ames and Bob Evinger applications for reappointment to the Livingston Urban Renewal Agency, or the URA, to serve a 4-year term per our bylaws. Commissioners, anyone else? I guess, I don't know, Michael, if you need to present this, but and I should, I guess, open it to public. Any public comment, first of all, on this action item? Okay, any?
Just
I
a
don't,
brief comment.
okay, go ahead. I can't tell if the hand was up from before, Patricia. Sorry about that.
Okay. Patricia Graybo, 204 East Calendar. I just have to say that both Kyra and Bob Evinger, especially Bob, but both of them have done an exceptionally good job with the Urban Renewal Board. They are fair, they understand the law, they understand urban renewal. You couldn't get two better. I just feel like you couldn't get two better people for those positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Any other commissioners?
Yeah, I'd like to add that I served on the URA board with both Bob and Kyra, and they're great members, and perhaps Commissioner Maybe can weigh in on that as well. Thank you. I yield.
Thanks, Quentin.
both,
Warren?
I'm sorry, both members have been on there for quite a while, and I would say they would continue the work they're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think they both are great additions to the URA and have been for years, and look forward to them committing more time. Anyone else? All right, do we have a motion to approve? We always make our motion in the positive to approve Kyra Ames and Bob Evinger to the URA.
I'll make a motion to approve action item A.
second,
We have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Newts. Roll call, please.
Chair Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Four.
Commissioner Freeman,
or
Commissioner Maybe,
Yes,
Commissioner Nudes.
yes.
Motion passes. It has been 2 hours since our last break. Does anyone need a break? Or do we want to continue? Should we take a 5?
Let's take 5.
Okay, I mean, what's 5 more, right?
Yeah, really. It'd be good
All
for
right.
my mental health. I can go out and scream in the alley.
All right, See you in 5. All right, we're back. Next on our agenda, we can approve or deny the annual report and FY 2021-22 budget for the Livingston Business Improvement District, the LBID. And I think Kristen's here, thankfully hanging on with us.
Yes, barely. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Everything's pretty self-explanatory in that annual report, and our budget pretty much remains the same, expensed out to about what we use every year for programs and events and our operating expenses. So I can answer questions if you guys have any.
Does anyone have any questions for Kristen?
Is that public or commissioner?
Well, any questions, and then we can open it to the public. Okay, I don't see any initial questions. Do we have any public comment on the budget for the LBID? And the annual report, I should say. I don't see any names in the chat. All right, commissioners. Comments?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Quentin.
this is way too complete and too organized and too easy to understand. I commend you on a wonderful job on doing this. That's all I have to say. Kudos, great job.
Yeah, thank you, Quentin. I appreciate the LBID's hard work in promoting our community. And we state that often, I think, at our meetings over the years. And I have to say, one of my favorite parts about your report is your new branding campaign ideas. Fun, interesting, just really, I think, a great reflection of our community. So if people haven't seen it, it says rustic, refined, and legendary is one of the ideas, and experience epic. I think we are epic. I love the ideas. Any other commissioners?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how much they do, how much LBID does with, I don't know if you saw that the executive director works an average of 5 hours a week. That's a lot of work done in 5 hours a week. Thank you. And yes, I love the branding, and this is it's just a lovely and clear document. Thank you, Kristen.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, well, do we have a motion from the commission on the approval of the annual report and budget for the LBID or LBID?
So moved.
You have to say I make a motion.
I make a motion, we pass what you just said.
Second,
We have a motion by Friedman and a second by Maybe. Roll call, please.
Chair Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
4.
Commissioner Freeman,
4.
Commissioner Maybe,
or
Commissioner Newt.
Or
Motion passes. Next is to approve our CVB Marketing Plan for 21-22 as required by their bylaws. I don't know, Mr. Cardius, do you have something to start with that or move it to Kristen?
I think you can move it right on to Kristen.
All right, go ahead, Kristen.
Okay, so this is just required by our bylaws. Our budget has gone up a little bit this year, just based on the prediction that we are going to have more tourism dollars coming into our lodging tax revenue this year. So you'll see the budget that we prepared in the marketing report that was turned into the Department of Commerce. It's about 4,000 more than last year's budget, but it'll probably be increased by the middle of this fiscal year because of increased tourism numbers that we're seeing. And I can answer any questions on that report.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Commissioners, does anyone want to ask a question or make a comment now, and then we can open it to public?
I just want to make a comment that I found the several pages of analysis, a real thorough breakdown. I found that very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Kristen, I guess, can I just ask a question? And how many years are we at? I feel like it's just a couple of years now of the CVB working with you and the LBID. How has it gone? Tell us about like a general statement or two on kind of what you've seen, what growth, what changes.
Sure. This will be our second fiscal year that LBID has been in control of the CVB. So our first year, of course, COVID hit. So our budget took a hit, but then we secured about $71,000 for our community in safety grant funding to deal with the COVID issue. So you saw lots of different banners downtown, lots of signage, hand sanitizer stations, lots of masks given out. So our efforts were really concentrated on the COVID issue last fiscal year. This next year we'll move much more into promotion of our area, but a respectful promotion of our area. While visitors are coming, we're going to ask them to be respectful of our resources.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Melissa?
Yeah, there's some really specific things in here, like Warren mentioned, that I think I just really appreciate, like you're thinking about how we track people coming in and out of our community, and you're trying to think about that in new ways, like how that could be measured, and thinking about the type of visitors that Livingston wants to attract, not just the quantity, and also including other communities outside of Livingston within Park County that sometimes get overlooked. I really think that's so thoughtful. And Kristen, it's the kind of things that I'm hearing as a commissioner outside of meetings, is this idea of what does it mean to have sustainable tourism? And I'm seeing evidence of it in this plan. And I think there's other groups in our community that are going to be really excited to partner with you and support this effort. It's awesome. So thank you for just paying attention and making it so.
And can I just say that, you know, I think Chris is on the line but can't speak because of sleeping people in her abode, but Chris, we owe a lot to Chris King as our ED for both LBID and the CVB as well as TBID. You know, we were volunteer totally before she came on board, and we could not do this without her. So we owe kudos to her. Thankfully, she has joined our forces, and we are happy to move forward with our team.
Great, thank you. You know, one thing, I don't see it here, but as far as marketing to, it seems like we also as a community, and I've seen it within the CVB and other statements made, that we market to sort of that the average common person, you know, all of us, just we're in an attainable community that, you know, you don't have to just be the, you know, CEO with all the right fishing gear to come here. You can be that family that doesn't have a ton of money, but can have a blast and be invited in and respected and cared for. So I think we do that well, but I don't see it here. I just know we do. Just want to state it. And that you guys promote that as well. Anyone else? Okay, do we have a motion from the commission on?
A public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Patricia Grabo, 204 East Calendar. We had a governor, Judy Martz, who didn't say much that made a lot of sense. As a matter of fact, she was probably not the smartest governor we ever had. But she did say one thing that was pretty intelligent. And she said, you do not develop an economy or help a community by selling pizza to each other. Sadly, this CVB plan that exists here basically has us selling pizza to each other, and there's very little invitation of state and national and international people to come into Livingston. In addition, this plan has us advertising exit 333. I have been in business in downtown Livingston for the last 20 years and president of the Downtown Building Owners and Business Association for the last 13. The last thing we want is people to come into exit 333. We want them to come into 337 because then they come into our downtown. We have studies that came out through the state that said, if they come to exit 333, they will turn left and they will go to Garnier. They will not come into our downtown. So there's some real flaws in this marketing plan that exists here. In fact, I think it's really not good at all. So I just think that it should be looked at critically, and it should be looked at with some sort of input from somebody other than the few people that get appointed to that board year after year. It is a very cliquey board, and I have been a downtown building owner for 20 years. I can say that honestly. So I just think that this is very disappointing. This is a very disappointing
Patricia,
plan. Thank you.
Be careful about labeling people on their boards. This is about a contract. Thank you.
Well, may I respond to that?
No. So
it seems
this is about a CVB. This is the CVB marketing plan. We're not talking about individuals. That's what I stated. It's not about the individuals within the organization. So we have a marketing plan to be approved, or not, I should say. Is there any other public comment or any commissioner comments? Okay,
Yeah, I'll buy their pizza.
okay. Thank you, Quentin. Anyone else? Okay. Do we have a motion from the commission on the CVB marketing plan, or approving the CVB marketing plan?
I make a motion to approve action item C.
Second,
We have a motion by Schwartz and a second by Friedman. Roll call, please.
Chair Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
4.
Commissioner Freeman,
4,
Commissioner Maybe,
Or,
Commissioner Nunes.
4.
Motion passes. Couple of, I
Thank
wanted
you.
to bring, thank you, Kristen. Just bringing up, you guys, as far as this, I think with action item D, we did get some feedback or a letter, and I think we need some time on figuring out next steps. And I'm wondering if you guys would be okay with moving this agenda item, which would then add to another agenda item, which is more about a parks district, and the concept of a parks district or parks and trails district. And then moving that to another agenda and not discussing it tonight. Would you guys be okay? Because there's not a lot we can move forward anyway.
sounds good.
Yeah, I think you
Sounds
put
good.
this on the agenda. So if you think that we should move it, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of great work that could be done in a direction, but I think Parks and Trails needs a little time, and we do too, to discuss it. Okay, so we're gonna remove that action item, and then moving on to, and I kind of am proposing this as well, because I think this is an important issue that we have wanted to discuss, and we put on the agenda, and have discussed within our agendas, or at least in public comment, and commissioner comments about the freeholder concept, but as well as something, do we need to discuss that in fully tonight at this time, or do we?
I would suggest, because we did get some emails from people who I think are on this call, at the very least, opening it to public comment, even if we don't move it all the way forward, because some people have stuck around for many hours maybe to give comment on this.
Well,
So at the very least, having public comment.
I don't know, once we open it, we should act on it.
And we have to move.
Well, we
Yeah.
can postpone though, a vote. We don't have to move on it.
But we're inviting public comment without, I don't know.
Decision.
I'm all for, yeah, moving this on. Your call, Madam Chair.
Do we have any advice from the city as to then how we can get both? Let's see, I'm trying to think. If we're only on one page of people, we've lost 3 pages or 2 pages of people on the screen. So
Madam Chair, if I may.
yes, please.
Yeah, I would just recommend to open it to public comment, and then when there's no public tonight, table it for public comment at the next meeting before you take action. So just table it for future public comment and action on the next meeting. And that way you have a specified time that it would come back before you.
Okay, so we can do both, is really what we're saying. Okay, great. Do we have any public comment on action item E?
Commissioner Nunes, or I'm
I
sorry.
see- I see a little hand. Let's see, Wendy. Go ahead, Wendy.
Hi, I'm Wendy Riley. I live at 145 Hercules Road in Emigrant, and I am a board co-chair for Park County Environmental Council. And we feel strongly that the freeholder status is illegal. It's unconstitutional. And by Montana state law for sure. And several other jurisdictions have chosen not to incorporate that because of that legal risk. It's also just the wrong thing to do. We need to open up to all of our residents and regardless of renter status. And this is super critical that that we don't violate the Constitution. So I would just recommend that the commission not use that standard of freeholder status. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Next, Jonathan, and then Michelle.
Jonathan Hettinger, 2222 Willow Drive. I wanted to just reiterate what Wendy said. And I guess I think that this is pretty clearly unconstitutional. As a renter in Livingston, it just says that I can't participate in local government. And I think that there's very clear case law that I've sent to the commission in an email that all citizens should be able to participate on the planning board. I think that it merits a full discussion, but I do think that that one thing that's worth noting is that the current opening is only, I think, until May 24th. So you should extend the application period for the planning board if you're gonna delay the decision, because the city manager or whoever the city has decided for the first time to advertise this as a freeholder requirement, despite what the commission clearly said in January, saying that that they don't want to follow this requirement, and that this is clearly discriminatory. And I think that that's the right decision. And I just think that the city commission should direct the city staff to do that. But I just want to make sure that it happens in enough time to allow people to apply for the planning board. So just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next is Michelle.
Thank you so much. And I can't believe how late it is. I appreciate your time and your diligence. So I would just be very quick here because we're still all here, and say that the freeholder requirement in the statute, the case law that I've sent, in the arguments that I have made are, I think, very clear that it violates the Montana Constitution, the US Constitution, and I think that the City Commission has already agreed. They can join other jurisdictions in Montana and across the country that are not enforcing freeholder requirements in the law for very good reason. And it's a very old statute that hasn't changed yet. I think it also sent you a good view of how we end up with very old laws on the books that violate the Constitution that are never changed. The sodomy laws are a really good example of that. And the freeholder law is another good example of that. And I think if we want to think about the legacy in Livingston, I think that we've got two choices here. Do we want to go in the direction that the city staff are leading right now, which is the opposite direction that I've heard from the City Commission, which is we're going to double down and we're going to advertise that this position requires you to be a freeholder? Or are we going to go the other direction and say, we're not gonna enforce an unconstitutional law in this jurisdiction. And I think you have a very important choice to make here. And I hope that you choose to go with the Constitution and not only with the Constitution, but what I believe reflects the values of our community, that renters are valuable and should have a seat at the table in our community. So I think that either way, well, not either way. I think that if you decide to double down on the freeholder requirement, it's a pretty significant statement to our community, and one that I wouldn't be proud of, and I don't think reflects the values of our city commission or our community. And so I think you have an opportunity to say and to direct staff to ignore that statute, which very clearly violates the law, and to open up our planning board to anybody interested in our community to serve. They do not have to be landowners or freeholders. And anybody that might be new to this issue, I'll just leave with, if you enter freeholder into Google and hit search, I think you can learn a lot more about the reasons why the freeholder requirement is unconstitutional, outdated, and not something we would want to enforce as a community, because it's racist and discriminatory and not reflective of our values. So thank you so much for opening this up for comment. And I know that it's very, very late. I dearly appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. One more hand, Carrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna just support what Michelle and Jonathan and others have said tonight about this freeholder issue. I think that we are really excluding some really important parts of our community when we require that someone is a landowner to be on the planning board. It occurred to me that I would not be allowed to be on the planning board, although I am in a relationship, a non-married relationship with my partner. We own a house, but you know what? My name's not on the house. I pay half the rent, or I pay half the mortgage. I pay half the insurance, half of the maintenance, all of those things. And if you asked me if I was a homeowner, I would tell you yes, but apparently legally I am not and could not be on the planning board, though I can run for the city commission. That seems a little odd to me. But I also think about the retired folks, the senior citizens in our community who have probably been landowners here for a long time and then have sold and perhaps moved into rental units because they've downsized. And we're cutting those people out of that conversation in our community about planning new people into our community. We're cutting those folks out too because perhaps they can't own a home right now. So I think that those are really important issues to think about. I also think about how much the city can